Frankhouse presents Ethauntia Dark Tides. We are in episode 6, and this is our pre-show with the lovely cast. Let me take us over to our cast. Hey everybody, how are we doing tonight?
Doing okay.
Good.
Yeah, pretty good. Sorry for the delay, everybody. A little bit of some bullshit on my end for the technical stuff. Having some Roll20 fighting issues.
It's not a stream without technical errors at the beginning.
True.
No.
Yeah, true. Valid.
So lots of stuff going on. I don't even want to talk about our show for a minute. Actually, I just want to talk about RPGs and one specific thing. I'm sure if Trickster is watching, along with two people on the show. Oh my God, Cyberpunk Red finally released.
Dude, I want to play. I was reading, like when I read the multi-classing stuff, I was like, man, fuck. Like I would be a solo. I would be a solo that like moved into like probably medic or fixer.
It is so good.
So good.
Good. I don't even know what to say. Like such a small team to see this thing get resurrected after what has it been fucking 20 years, I think? Something stupid since Cyberpunk 2020? Maybe longer. I think it came out in the 80s. My God, I cannot even tell you how fucking happy I am. Alan, I know you picked it up too, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Did you start reading it?
I have. So far, I'm like a really big fan of the 3 different options that they have for character creation between Street Runner, Edge Runner, and then the complete package. Like that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here, right. We'll do some retro vibes from the beginning.
I also
speaking about Shadowrun.
I also like how I don't necessarily need the accessibility options, but whenever you mouse over every single image, there's like a really nice description of each image. Yeah, so if you're like,
I didn't notice that to my second pass.
Like, because I was just mousing over, I'm like, oh, that's cool, and then I just saw like the entire block, even for like their fake ads and stuff. It was just like that's really cool because, like I mean, I wear glasses, but whatever. But I've backed a couple of Kickstarters to help produce gaming aids for the blind. And one of the comments that always came in was like, you know, I love playing, I love these Braille dice, but a lot of the PDF readers can't read the books for me because they're set up so poorly. And yeah. I think that this PDF for Cyberpunk Red might actually be a good one for people who are visually impaired to the point where they need the reader.
And on top of that, I thought it was really impressive that they hyperlinked all their stuff as a small company. Like I feel like they took a cue from some of the higher end PDFs that are out there right now. Like I mean, obviously Monty Cook Games is kind of, I think, the bar for PDFs right now, especially with Cypher 2.0. You really can click and do whatever the fuck you need to. I think that was really cool. And then they already updated once. They already gave us one new update because one of the tables for shooting in full auto didn't work. It was off like 2 numbers. Like, hey, we updated it. We're going to be updating frequently. I was like, this is fucking amazing. But the books in print are delayed, though.
Yeah, that's not surprising. But
COVID.
Yeah.
COVID life. So I mean, that's kind of going on. I'm pretty excited. I do really want to run it. I got a lot of ideas for it. I think Alan and I's DLC we did a long time ago is a really good example of like that neon future. And I think, Alan, the Nomad stuff is exactly what we were trying to do with vehicles.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is pretty accurate to what we were trying to do.
Yeah. Alan, angle your camera down a touch. You have about, like, if you're looking at me, you have about like this much gap of your head. I know that 30-second delay. Now
how's that?
Hey, you're not on center, but it works.
All right.
But that's been really cool. I'm super excited for that. We played some Warpaint this week too. Speaking of other games, my Cypher micro setting, that was super fucking fun. Thanks for everybody who helped work through beta. I know Todd was there. Trickster in the audience played as well. Raven minded if he showed up, he played as well. So that's going through its paces. What else is super cool going on this week? Patreon, for those who are interested in Ethauntia for PF2, is out on my Patreon. Erik Frankhouse Presents. Version 1.0 is out. I'm working on 1.1 right now with the cast and crew who's been playing. Most of them have been playing with this system, or not the system, but the setting forever. Merrifield was crazy this week. You people and your cards, which I still see getting popped up right now. There's a bunch of cards getting popped up right now.
I suppose I should pop a card.
Everyone who subscribes to the Twitch channel gets 1 free pack a month now. That's something I'm going to start doing as kind of a thank you for subscribing to Twitch. So it's about the equivalent cost to subscribing, so you're getting a free pack for it. I see shit just getting dropped, which is crazy. What else is going on?
I got my internet fixed since last time, so I'm not going to be all garble camera like before.
Now we just got to get Drew to do that.
I did the math. I can hardline my machine by going up through the closet in the room, going through the attic, coming down in through this ceiling with less than 100 foot of Cat 5. So that's going to be
talk to Aaron.
My next
talk
project.
to my brother. He can make that ship for like next to nothing. You just have to pay
in
shipping.
Ohio.
He just ship it to you.
I'll just go to Fry's and buy some for like $4.
100 foot is way more than $4, buddy. I'm sorry. It's gonna be like $1 a lineal foot almost. It's expensive. Cat 5 cable, especially if you're getting Cat 6. Cat 6 a little more. Just ask Aaron though. He literally makes it for work. He'll just mail it to you in an envelope.
All right. That brings me back to the days of Diablo 2 when my internet where I lived in the house was pretty slow, and yours down on the first floor, Eric, was fast.
Yeah.
So we ran an Ethernet cable from one window to the next, so I could download stuff I needed to do overnight.
Fuck me! Wow! I totally forgot we did that. That is 100% factual. That's crazy.
What a gamer needs
Jesus,
to do to
dude.
survive.
How do you even remember that shit?
I don't until you bring up stuff like running cables through walls and stuff like that.
Because I remember I had that really long fucking cable. Where did we get that from? Do you remember? I had that like 100 and something foot cable, and then you had like a 50 foot that we ran.
I had a 50 that I got with my sweet employee discount at Blockbuster Video.
Oh, that's right. I can't
sold them there for some reason.
I think someone I knew worked for AT&T or something. They got me that big one because in my house that I had to move to, we ran that big one that went through the entire fucking house into the living room so the first edition Xbox could work. Mm-hmm. It was like an 80-foot run. I'm like, oh, this is going to be hard. Then we had it running through the stairs in the one house, too. I remember that, too.
Yeah. You could tell, like, someone was on Xbox because there was a Ethernet cable running from one bedroom at the back of the house through the kitchen, through the dining room, into the living room.
Yup. God. Oh, that's fucking good days. That's Halo 1 parties, man. Halo 1, 2. A lot of that.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I know.
Halo parties.
So good. So, let's see here. What else can I tell you? Oh, we should probably go over Merrifield really quick. Let me get you some Merrifield information here.
100 foot, Cat 5, $10.
100 foot?
Yep.
Oh, that's not
Fry's,
bad.
baby.
So, make sure it's insulated, though, if you're running it through your ceiling and shit like that. Oh, you're not in cold environment. Never mind. So, we got a bunch of stuff that happened over Merrifield. The big thing is we have the new Air Guard, which is I think Raven named it, which is the Flying Lyrist. Third airship to Merrifield, trade vessel with a small stage for music and performance. They sell tickets for entertainment. They also sell consumable items and trinkets. It's a Bard Siren Captain. Voss, this is probably a good place to get consumable blueprints if you want consumable blueprints for anything.
Sweet.
What else is big here? Because of Trickster, we are at 39 hit points for the guards. They're at level 2. Once we hit 50, they'll go up 1. We have 5 specialist crafters, 1 foreman, 5 laborer teams. We got the doctor, his office now. The doctor actually has a place that is built. On top of the doctor having a place, we also have the True Faith Temple, which is pretty awesome. They took an old Keeper Temple and redid it in the True Faith's name and reconsecrated it. The Plague Doctor that you guys have in town, it's a pharmacy with a clinic in the back. So think of like when you go to Walgreens and you go to get your COVID test back before they were making you do it yourself. You go in and you can have that done.
Are there just like pigs on meat hooks with like torches underneath the whole pig since he has a building to store them now?
No, he has the building. He is setting up his shop now, so he'll have some other things back there. That's just specifically for the one guy, which you don't know why. And we're taking off right there, so you're not gonna know why. What else is really important? Terry is a badass. He is one of the best administrators to ever happen. Making the doctor's office, he crit. So he needed a 28 to crit on getting specialist. So he did that, and he made the doctor's office half price. What else got added? There's a new blueprint card for Everston. Well, not specifically, but Todd and I were talking, and we wanted some more blueprint options. So now there's order blueprint card. If you get 3 fragments and put that together, you now can order a building blueprint from one of the cities that the airships go to. So that's kind of like that. Instead of spending 100 gales in the Merrifield Treasury, if you have that card, you can just play it and it covers the cost. So that's pretty awesome as well. That'll help with the building progress because the most expensive part is honestly just labor. That shit is pricey. Oh, Terry is MVP. You know what? Maybe Todd, I think Terry should be the MVP first emote.
Oh, yeah.
I think that we'll clean that up and make it real legible small. I think Terry needs to be the first emote.
Terry emote.
Terry MVP. That's hilarious. And because of Drew and Trickster and a few other people, we have our second Soul Hound now. Because apparently Drew had 700 souls or 7,000 souls sitting around.
And I still have that many. I only spent 1,500 on it because that's all I needed.
So now we got 12 days left for the advanced Soul Hounds. They cost double the amount, but they are much better version. I'm not going to say what they are until we get that amount. I wouldn't be playing Arsenals unless you have to, guys. I see some Arsenals going out. They don't really... I mean, I guess you can. I'll just stockpile them. Never mind. Go ahead. I will mention them later. It'll be easier now than me looking at it during the stream.
What are those crates falling?
Keep playing them.
What are those crates falling from the sky with parachutes? Oh, they're filled with armor and weapons.
This isn't war paint, boys and girls. This isn't war paint.
I messed up. All right. I gave 2,000 for regular hounds, and then I just did 2,000 for the advanced soul hound.
I figured you guys were looking for more. Huh? That's hilarious. So what else is new before we dig into today's show? You know what? I do have something fun to share. Not a sponsor, just something fucking cool. I showed Trickster these. There's this new pin company, newer, called Pinfinity. Drew, I feel like we might have seen them at a convention. But they are...
load it. Oh, yeah.
They are AR. So you can scan them, and they give you a bunch of wallpapers and soundtracks to play for your table at home.
What?
Really fucking cool. This one's Dungeon Master, Master of Realms, Weaver of Fates. And then they also have the classic D&D logo as well. This does the same thing, different wallpapers. Midnight Syndicate soundtrack is part of it. They're the people who did the soundtrack back during, I think it was D&D 3.0 or 3.5. Super fucking cool. I contacted them.
Oh, the actual, the Dungeons & Dragons, disc? The soundtrack disc?
So I contacted them to see if there's anything we can do with the AR from them for our own pins. I haven't heard back yet, but I thought that'd be cool. If not, I have another contact that might be able to help. I think this would be super fucking cool. And they make Street Fighter pins, too, in case Aaron's watching.
They also have, Pac-Man and Tetris pins.
Yeah, they're super fucking hot. They really did a good job. So, I think that's everything. Actually, that's not true. One more awesome thing. As you can see, we are all wearing patches tonight. Did everyone get theirs? Alan, did you get yours yet?
I have not gotten mine yet.
What?
I have not.
I know I used the right address. So, I will check with Alyssa, see if she has extra. I'll mail one out.
Okay.
So, Cry or Die, 25% of the sales from these patches are donated to the Human Rights Campaign. We're doing it all through November. They're forever active here. And then we may continue it into December. There's one for every sexual orientation. I think all of us are wearing the Pride stamps today, the Pride patches today. but they're awesome. They're skulls, which is super fucking cool. Instead of being a flag, I really like that. And I'm working with Lissa on a project for Ethauntia, so she just got that started this week. Hopefully we will have those and something to announce here in the next week or two. I would like to have something announced by, I'm going to say our side quest. That would be when I would like to announce the thing that we're doing. Behind the scenes, people know what it is, so I'm super pumped. But yeah, it's going to be crazy. Tonight's stream is going to be crazy. I am going to hit a recap for us. It'll take a couple minutes simply because we are so far into the season. And by so far, we're at the halfway point.
Woo!
I mean,
nobody died.
I mean, we will be halfway
Don't
halfway.
say it.
Don't say that, Todd. Because I mean, I already wrote that, but I didn't say it.
Yeah, well, I'm going to say...
All right. I get it.
Say tonight's going to be a rough one. We left
Drew didn't
last
die.
week was a nice uplifter. Drew didn't what, Todd?
Drew didn't die yet. I mean, Voss didn't die yet.
No, he did not. Dude, that was a hard combat.
I was
skeletons are not
prepared to
rough.
die. I was prepared to die. I'm not gonna lie. Like I walked in, I'm like, okay, he's gonna go out with a bang. It's gonna be awesome. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna play for my next character, but it's gonna be good. But Voss pulled out. I punched every button. I have Featherfall left. That's it. I'm out of spells.
Are you serious? That's it?
Yeah.
Wow.
I have cantrips,
pretty-
but
pretty awesome.
I'm done for spells.
I feel
for this,
bad,
for right now.
but not that bad. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, no,
it's
it was
not bad.
epic. Yeah.
I'm just gonna do this. Should I change my light to red since we're like in the red
I would
zone?
definitely say. I mean, do what you want. I would definitely say fire up your G hub if you haven't done that yet to make sure your lighting settings are good.
Yeah.
And then I think anyone else got anything? Any other cool stuff to talk about before? Obviously, we got Norse Foundry for those who want dice. I know some people have been looking for dice. They have a bunch of cool stuff. You get 15% off with the Ethauntia order. Actually, during pre-show, Drew, do you want to pimp what you're getting ready to do? Pimp it again at the end too, but might as well pimp it during pre-show. The podcast.
Oh,
thingy?
you mean what I'm reading? Yeah. For those of you that are HP Lovecraft fans, if you don't know about HP Podcraft, they're pretty great. They've been around for a decade now, which is crazy. I read for them sometimes. I just read some stuff for an upcoming episode. So if you enjoy my sultry baritone voice, go check them out. They're on Patreon. It's a great show. They have since moved past HP Lovecraft stuff because there's only so much that he did. So now they've been doing the stuff that influenced him and other writers in weird fiction. So check that out. And also, it's No Shave November, so go check out the Beard Struggle. You can save 15% off your order using Strength24 as your promo code.
I just did that today.
So, dude, I'm telling you, you will not regret it. That beard brush
We'll
is fucking awesome.
See,
Oh.
I'm a harsh judge. You know that.
No, I know, but like when it's on, it's like a hug for your face. It's so warm.
I do have a link
So
for the previous one that you recorded.
Jesus, what was the last one that I recorded?
I don't know. That's why I asked you. How am I supposed to shit? That's on you, bro.
Yeah, well, I didn't know you were going to ask me to link it. I'll look
You're
for it.
the
I think the
one you
last
wanted-
one was
you're the
events
one
at
you wanted to
Porath
talk
Farm. I'll.
Have you done
let me
more
see
than
what I
one?
can find. Oh yeah. I've been reading for them over the last 5 years, but I think the last one I did was events from Porath Farm.
Really? Okay, that's pretty.
Yeah,
cool.
it's
You like
been
doing
a
it?
minute though. Yeah, I love it.
I know
Patton
you're a Lovecraft
Oswalt
fan.
has been one of their co-hosts for a couple of shows. So I've been really wanting to read for one of his shows. Yeah, he's a huge horror, like science fiction fan. So he's come on and he's
really cool.
yeah, he's co-hosted a couple of shows for them.
Huh?
Let's see.
Was that recent? Like,
It's been a minute. He's been super busy as well, so he hasn't been on for a while.
well, who hasn't been right now hustling like a motherfucker?
Right.
Well, that's fucking awesome. Yeah, I don't have anything else on my end. I've just been busting ass on this. Our Merrifield stuff's been good. We got some new streams coming out here in the future, different days of the week. I'm working with some companies. I'm actually talking with someone who wants to do some modern horror stuff. I would be GMing for that. And then there's there's this part of me that really wants to run some fucking Cyberpunk. Like, I can't lie, with Cyberpunk coming out in December, so we'll see what happens with it. It's pretty fun. But all right, everybody, I'm going to get us ready, and we are going to launch into our show. I'll give a recap, and then we're gonna pick up where we left off. The death of a demon on a ship, Voss out of spells, and Oliver running because he realizes shit's getting ready to go real fucking south.
You.
Let's take us to the intro, everybody. You ready? Yeah.
Let's go. Yeah.
Yes, let's rock and roll.
Thumbs up. Let's do this.
Let's do it. Let's do it. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
It's gonna be fine. No one's gonna die. No one's gonna die. All right, we're in the. So, last we left our intrepid heroes. They had been going throughout Merrifield and dealing with an incoming problem. Well, possibly a problem. It starts really simply with the arrival of a Rathmore. The Rathmores are, how do I say this? A very rich family that deals with forgotten arcane lore. They will do anything to get their hands on new or forgotten stuff that's pre-sundering. On top of that, they're moneyed, like the Hastings, like Oliver's family. And not only did one show up, two shows up. And they are here saying that they have a contract to use the Whisper on an expedition. And this is a problem, because they don't want to get rid of the Whisper, and they're currently using it. And that's what happened last episode. But as a quick recap for the season, from episode 1 to 5, they were hired by the Emerald Order, a group that is sending people out to re-expand out into the world of Ethauntia. Cadra is the main capital. The Emerald Order is one of 4 orders, and they specifically deal with spirits and ghosts that are wandering. Spirits that become either malevolent or lost or just cursed and tied to a location, haunting it. And they go out and do their best to fetter these to relics and give them back to the proper families if they can find them. And if not the families, they bring them back to the true faith, the church, and they put them away in a vault until they can find the proper people. Sometimes they'll take them out for knowledge. Sometimes they get fettered to a new object like a weapon or a book. Even on the larger side, a Thomas like Everston, who's on the show. And they ventured from New Bolivar out to a ghost town known as Merrifield. There's numerous reasons they want to go here, why the Emerald Order and the True Faith have invested interest in this. But the number one is there used to be a rail line that would go across what is now the Arcodius crater. The crater was made by a meteor or a comet that struck down, bringing a horrible invasion of Akata, these blue tentacle lion dogs that can only be really hurt with salt water. And that is in a world that has next to no water. Everything has been turned into dark tides, and waters that are left in old rivers and ponds and lakes are diseased and carry plague and famine. And the worst part is they carry undead curses and ailments. And the tides that are out in the oceans wash in and out. And I don't mean just like a mile. I'm talking hundreds of miles. And the True Faith saved everyone. And this ghost town, they want to rebuild so they can rebuild the rail line going south through the continent. So they have been brought here to do so. And with the help of the citizens, all of the followers of the show, we have started rebuilding Merrifield. Merrifield has got one main street now. It's got itself a church, a temple to the True Faith. They now have a doctor, which we think we trust. There's an air tower with 3 airships, not just the Whisper, 4 with the Whisper. And then on top of all this, our town hall is in place and people are starting to rebuild the actual city. But the biggest part is Everston's Manor. And the Everstons, which is, we believe, the last name, we're still not quite sure, the manor itself was haunted. So haunted, in fact, when the group went in there and went to kind of undo the horribleness that has happened, 2 of our heroes got locked in. And that was Nora and Oliver. One of our side quests really dives into this, but needless to say, it wasn't easy. And sure shit didn't go well. And the haunting of the first level of the manor is gone and has brought the actual manor back into the material plane, although the floors above the first still exist in the ethereal. And that brings us to last episode with the Rathmores coming to take over the Whisper and saying it's theirs and they want to commandeer it. And then our side quest with Voss going back to the ship to speak to Edward, not Edgar, and make sure that Oliver's brother, to talk to him on what's going on. And instead, he was rudely interrupted by an attack on the ship, which we believe to be part of the Cult of the Gorgon. So that takes us tonight, and I am going to take us over to our group. Hey, everybody, are we ready for tonight's show?
Well, we'll see.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I hope so. This is going to be a rough one. I'm pre-warning for that. There's some dark stuff that is about to happen. And before we get into the thick of it, Voss, you're out of spells, right? Besides cantrips?
Pretty much.
Nothing left? 0? Nothing you can do about it?
No, because I already used 1 power to cast a spell that I had already cast for the day.
And your staff also out of power?
Staff is... I have cantrips in it still, but other than that,
okay.
Nothing.
That's what the group, that's what everyone loves to hear. It'll be fine.
It'll be great.
It'd be great.
It'd be fine.
It'd be fine. Yeah, totally fine. So if everything's going to be great and fine, because you guys have a really high opinion on what's going to happen tonight, I think we should probably start right in the Oliver showing up to the tower, right? Does that sound like the best plan of action
Sounds
here?
great to me.
Yeah. Oh, you don't like being left by yourself there?
I mean, sure. Let's start there. That sounds like a great idea. Let's go.
All right.
When did you shrink?
That is him hiding from his brother, is what it looked like to me, boys and girls.
I mean, again, when did you shrink?
All right, so I am drawing a boat, an actual airship for the Whisper, and I was going to finish it, and then I realized there's a chance that it's not going to be here anymore. So I'm not going to finish it unless you save this thing, because it doesn't make any sense to me.
That's fair.
So with that said, you guys should see the map and where we're at on things. I guess we would probably start with Voss and Oliver on the deck of the ship, the very top deck. There's a black pile of ichor that is still bubbling, that's soaking into the floorboards of the Whisper. Tilda, which is the Ember Priest that we believe is becoming a Hand of Water, is there. She's reading rites and blessing the area around. She's drawn a circle in this silver wax-like crayon on top of the actual deck of the ship. And she is casting spells right now in the name of the True Father, and doing her best to keep this demon locked in the sigil she has put there. Voss, you're wounded, right? Pretty fucked up?
He is not great, but not terrible.
Not dead.
I've got 15 hit points left.
Oh, it could be worse.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Could absolutely be worse.
So let's put you here. Let's get Oliver out here too. Let's see if we can do this without him blowing up into a gajillion size. He's a little big. Oh, that's not your character sheet, that's why. Oliver, you want to drag yourself out on the board for me here?
And there we go.
Cool. And then we looked up the name because there has been Petunia and Penelope for her numerous times now.
I thought it was Penelope.
I looked up her name. It is Penelope. Someone just said Petunia, and I think I followed suit like an idiot. That's what happens when there's this many people. So this is one of the crew members. I'll put a couple more on the deck. There are wounded. And this is at the top of the air tower. So the camera pans in across the top of the air tower, looking straight down on top. Off the edge, there is a rope. And on the deck, there is a a symbol with a black ichor bubbling. The smell of sulfur and decay is heavy in the air. Her sigil is not really helping the smell go away, even though you're outside in this almost 100-foot tower with the ship and everything. And down below the ship, there is a broken skeleton with silver limbs. And the rib cage is only one, but there are 4 limbs there. And as Voss can attest to, these are not normal skeletons. So as the camera cuts back to the Ember Priest casting, Oliver, you show up running down the deck. As you see, there's nobody in the office. The sound of combat you could hear as you got close. And the rest of the crew is on the way, but they are leaving the alley tavern. So you're not going to be there quite yet. And with that said, I'll start the scene with the Ember Priest and the 2 of you on the deck with some crew members. Oliver, you show up on the deck. What do you do?
Hey, mate.
Oh god!
Don't cross this circle. Don't touch it.
What's been going on, Voss? I got the word that there was things going on, and
it fucking went on all right. Look, so I think there's a cult of the Gorgon on the ship. Penelope was possessed, tried to kill me. They're trying to rip the skin off one of the blokes down in the hold. Thwarted that. There was a cultist, 2 cultists. 2 cultists? There was a cultist and 2 skeletons, 3 skeletons?
Correct.
1 cultist. Oh, right. Penelope was the 4th one. It was Penelope, it was a cultist, and then 2 skeletons. Next to skeletons, they're gone. Cultist is also gone. But this thing here was in Penelope. Tilda pulled it out. Thanks again, love. And this is where we're at. Also, I'm beat. So anything you want to do to help secure the area, go for it. I'm just standing by and going to hit it with my stick if it comes out again, because that's pretty much all I can do at this point. So, cheers. I need a drink.
off to work I go, I guess. But
oh, wait, sorry. One small point. Apparently, the ship's been under the influence, I guess, of the Rathmores since it left Cadra or something. Since I don't know, a couple of weeks apparently is what this thing was saying. But it lies, so I don't know if that's entirely accurate. I will say that the engine room definitely had some work done. There's a whole new inlay around the engine that I didn't know about. Just saw it when I was down there. Things need to be figured out. Where's Nora? Is my next question.
I left her to deal with the Rathmores. Are you
saying
that? Are you saying that this whole mess could be a result of their working?
I mean, I'm not going to point that finger. I'm just saying it's in the general direction. Look, if we were pointing north and everything was north, I mean, yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Right. Well, take a breather. How many of these creatures are still left on my ship?
I don't know. I know that some of the other crew are infected, aka being influenced, as it were. And he looks around and he's like, but everyone's fucking haggard, man. Look at him. He can barely stand up. As one guy's like leaning against a post, like everybody seems to be incredibly fatigued. House, did I figure out whether or not that was because of what they were doing? Because like the silent spell and everybody else that was being
Didn't have time
affected.
to investigate anybody or anything. You haven't had a chance to sweep the ship for runes or other spells yet. As a matter of fact, I think the only thing you did was go through that one hallway and out and up the stairs to this deck. So you know nothing besides the engine room and that little area you saw. You also haven't looked over any of the people. And with that, Oliver and Voss, if you want to discuss any details you'd like to know in the Roll20 chat, I will answer them, but I'm going to cut to Nora and Everston. Nora, Everston, are you both at the bar? Were you leaving? Where did we leave you two at?
I had convinced Jebediah to let Oliver head out to attend to ship business. Mm-hmm. I think I pulled him aside.
Out front of the alley?
Yes.
Okay.
Because he made his way to follow Oliver and possibly stop him from leaving, and that's when I followed suit and rolled that. I think I actually rolled the natural 20 on my diplomacy check to get him to stay. So.
Yep. So I guess that's where you would be. What about Everston? Where are you at, buddy? Oh, that's right. Well, so you would go out the back, because remember, they have a separate area for the Thomas in the back for space. And the back is actually an old building that they intend to return and build into the bar. And the alleyway right now is where they're putting, everybody else, because they can fit them in there. And it's the only main street that's been open. So there's like a sign between two buildings hanging over top of the alleyway that is full of rugs that they've found that aren't destroyed. There's other Thomas back there with you. The bartender has numerous appendages that have been rebuilt. And Candon did give you the oil can for helping out. So if you're kind of making your way out and around, I will give Nora a few moments with the Rathmore. Do you have any questions for him that were not already discussed previously? And you're with Jebediah, correct?
Yeah, I'm with Jebediah.
Okay.
I think all the questions I had were answered.
Okay. So then he would have one for you if you're done asking questions.
Yeah.
Nora, like I said before, I don't actually care if the Whisper is used or not. All I know is that the Rathmores need a vessel for their upcoming expedition. They are looking into a possible lead into one of the fallen wards. apparently mass amount of magic is held inside of these. And you know how the Rathmores are. The more money, the better the chance of us taking it, and risk is then worthwhile. So, with that, I need to look into this ward, but I need a ship that is... And he kind of looks around to make sure like none of the crew or anything are here. He's like, semi-disposable. That's why we took this one. We know it's hardy. The Zeppelin, the bubble itself, the blimp, allows us to traverse some of the dangerous currents flying through the skies versus taking a more modern airship. They don't deal with the corrosive winds and some of the howling straits as well. If you could do me a favor and convince Oliver, Mr. Captain Hastings, that it is a good idea, I would be willing to pay you, say, a few hundred gales for your service. If not, I understand. I don't want you to betray people, but I'm sure you're not tied to the ship. I see 3 others up there. As the Lyrist is, like, flying into land.
So I think at this point, I kind of sigh a little bit and run my hand through my hair, and I actually take my hair down and shake it out, and I'm like, Jebediah.
Is it long?
Yeah, it's long.
Okay.
It's normally tied up in a bun.
Yeah.
And so with a familiarity that was not present in the bar, Nora kind of leans against one of the walls of the alleyway, and she's like, Jebediah, I'll see what I can do. He's really tied to the ship, more importantly, tied to his brother, and the fact that Gordon was talking about destroying him like it was no big deal made Oliver dig his heels in.
Right, but Gordon is, I mean, I guess pun intended, hasty towards the Hastings. He doesn't particularly like them, being that he works for the opposition. Not even just the Rathmores, but secretly he works for Blackwell. So he has some issues with this, and I personally, as you know, don't fucking care. I'm in it for the money and for the research and nothing more. I'm not here to make friendships and make enemies. I'm here to get in, to get out, and do what I need to do. We are willing to transfer that soul.
Like I said, Jebediah, I'll see what I can do, but I can't make any promises. Fair
enough, Nora. Fair enough.
It has literally been... I literally just got back from what I thought was a 3-hour tour.
Yeah, well, I can tell you our ride wasn't here very safe either. And he says, fair enough, and he puts his hand out to shake your hand like normal, like super professional. Yep. Shakes your hand. And Everston, as you're rounding the corner, I need 2 things from you. One is your choice, the other one I have to have. One, are you a stealthy person in general when you're walking around? No? Yeah. No.
My feet are made out of feathers.
Just making sure, man. You never know. The stealthy giant is good. Okay. So when you are normally wandering through Merrifield, which is not, I will say this right out of the gate. Yes, it is safer because there's Earthguard, but it is not safe because it's basically a main street and a few areas that have branched off where people are starting to rebuild farm settlements and the like, but it's not like clear cut, hey, let's go to, Frank's house down the road and we're good to go. So how does he usually wander around? Is he usually talking to people? Is he more just perceptive? Is he looking for things to build? What is his kind of, if we're going to use mechanical terms, what is his encounter state when he's wandering through the city? Okay. Okay, so if that is the case, do you have any skills for repair, or are you just using perception looking around? So what's your passive then? I guess, Nora, this is a pretty important question. How quiet are you having this conversation with Jebediah?
Since we're not in an office, I would be trying to be pretty quiet about it.
Like talking to someone next to you at a bar versus yelling through a street kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is your, I would say, probably stealth for talking, silently about that? What's your passive stealth?
My passive stealth would be 19.
Defender wins. So, Everston, you round the corner and you see Nora talking to Jebediah. You can hear a conversation, but you can't make it out over the roar of a group cheering inside, going, "To all of us! To all of it!" And people are cheering and taking drinks, which anyone who's there can see is just the mix of everything that Oliver had ordered earlier for people. And they're all slamming the all of it drink. And as that goes down, you round the corner. Nora, you'd be separating. Jebediah would walk with you, making your way down the street back towards the air tower. So, Everston, is there anything you would say to them, or Nora, you would say before I cut back to everyone being at the ship?
I'll give Everston this. So, it looks like they were just talking, like just straight up business. Like she went out to talk to him about, hey, trying to figure out their angle or whatever. But you've never seen her with her hair down.
Does that mean business or casual?
He doesn't know, but okay. It's definitely a different look than like what she normally has. So
that's hilarious. saying that's not his way. That's funny. That's super funny.
I was trying to help Todd in case you were like, Everston might pick up on that, but.
So, would you two have anything to say to each other? Okay.
I think then with that, as they're walking and Nora hears Everston kind of walking like behind them, she kind of like shakes her head a little bit and runs her hand through her hair and then starts putting it back into like a looser ponytail as she follows him to the tower.
Okay. So as you guys start making your way to the tower, there is a group of people outside that are in between the downtown of Merrifield and the air tower. They are moving things around in that big 200-yard field in between, cleaning things up. But there is a crowd that you can see moving towards the back of the tower, Nora and Everston. And this would be about the time you guys would hit the door to go in. So my question to the two of you would be, do you go around back? Or would you make your way up to the top of the tower? Thank you for the heads up, Spigs. I will check that out right now. There we go.
Okay.
Muted.
I fixed it.
You guys
I don't know what happened,
right?
I could
all hear you.
Yeah.
Everson said he was not aware enough of what's going on. He wishes he was, so instead he was wandering out, and Nora gave her opinion on it. I don't know what happened to Todd there, but I have fixed it. You should be able to hear him now. So would Nora and Everston make your way around back, or would you make your way up to the top of the tower with the crowd forming behind the air tower? What would you do?
I think I would continue keeping pace with Jebediah. So if he goes to the back, I'll go to the back. Okay. Otherwise, if he goes to the tower, I'll go to the tower to keep an eye on him, make sure he doesn't go anywhere he's not supposed to, like, or at least that's what everyone's gonna think, right? So
fair. All right. So top of the tower. That's the plan. Did I hear that right?
Unless Jebediah goes off somewhere else, like he wants to go look at the back.
No, then I would follow. The third floor to meet with his brother, or not brother, with his associate. It's actually not his family member that way. But he would go to meet with him, and that would be where he would be. He wouldn't be with you guys yet. So
okay.
So totally fine. So at the top of the tower then, Oliver, you've had a few moments. Voss, where are you two going while this kind of conversation and them making their way here a few minutes later? Where would you guys be? And what would you be doing?
As long as the situation was like, what's the rest of the crew doing that are around us right now?
Checking everybody, bandaging each other up, making sure everything is okay. One of them is standing there with Tilda just in case something goes south, because she's still going through her seance. They've sent one crew member to go get the head ember from the new temple. And other than that, they're cleaning and checking each other out, making sure everyone's all right. Penelope is in and out of consciousness. They asked where to put her. I'm assuming you'd say take her down to a room and lock the fucking door.
I mean, if Penelope is... You said Penelope, right?
Yep, Penelope, yep.
Yeah. I'll tell them, I'm like, that thing was in her, so... Look, I mean, I think that the danger of her has passed, maybe, but let's not, let's keep her away and keep her safe. Is she conscious? Because she was unconscious when she went down, right?
Mumbling more than anything else, repeating her name, saying some stuff in Sylvan. Tilda, in between her moments of making sure the seal is readied in good shape, she would say, leave the girl with me, put her in a cot up here, or wait and I will carry her down to the room. But even though a demon has left or a devil has left the body of a possessed, it also leaves behind marks that need to be healed. That is something that'll take me a few days to actually repair.
Right then.
So, leave her with her? Does that sound pretty good for everybody?
I mean, if she's still working on the circle and everything...
She'll be done soon, she says.
Then, yeah, I guess. Just move her to the other side of the deck so she's away from this thing.
Okay, so she'll get moved to the other side of the deck. Oliver, what are you doing during all this? You heard your crew has been maybe taken over. You got random people here. You asked where Nora is. I'm assuming you've kind of talked to some of your crew, seen how everybody is, stuff like that?
After talking with Voss, Oliver actually looks kind of excited to go in there and clean up his ship.
Okay.
Almost like daredevilish, like he wants to get into the grid of it and kind of make up some of the shortcomings that he had earlier. He doesn't want to be reckless about it, but he wants to go in and engage the threat to his ship.
Fair.
He also is concerned about the health of his crew, so he goes from member to member to check in to make sure that they're okay and getting the treatment that they need.
I would say you hit the second person, and you would see your brother would show up, and he would be standing next to you, and he would say, brother, I've checked with the rest of the people on the ship. Everyone seems all right. There are 2 people I have locked away in the hold, back where the coffin was. And he disappears. And for the first time ever, he called you brother instead of Captain, Oliver, or Mr. Hastings. It disappears.
Brother, if you can hear me, at some point we need to speak, but thank you for your advice and your words.
And you wonder about the crew. They all seem to be okay. Not in the best of spirits, I will be honest with you. They're a little worried just because of what the fuck happened, right? Like, this wasn't supposed to be how shit went.
This is more Nora's strong suit, but trying to gather information, Oliver will ask if they could tell him any bits or pieces of what happened leading up to before Voss came on board.
All right. So I don't know if they really have much. You want to know if they
saw anything strange, any changes in behavior suddenly?
Give give me. Are you doing diplomacy? Are you carousing?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a roll. Let's see if anyone knows what's going on. That's a really good question. So.
I just got a nat 20, so that's a 30 total.
Let's start this off with a fucking bang, shall we? So, asking everyone, one of your new engineers that has just joined the ship after everything has been done. What's his name? How do you not have a list yet?
Why me? Oh, he's a new engineer. I don't play.
It's your ship.
It's your ship, buddy. You hired him,
dude.
Eric, you can't really put him on the spot when earlier, when you needed to improv a name and a place, you said Frank's house.
Hey, I improv that.
It doesn't have to be good.
Improv.
Let's go with Michael Thatch.
Michael Thatch, okay. Is he the new head engineer?
Yep, he will be the new head engineer.
Michael Thatch. So,
seeing the new inlay in the engine room, Voss is going to pay particular attention to this conversation.
Okay, so as he's wandering around, that's fine. You can eavesdrop on it. Michael would tell you this would probably be in the engine room, to be honest. That would make the most sense. He is standing and looking at the floor. Voss, I'm assuming you're in there also investigating it.
Yep.
There's a new sigil around the floor. And Voss, wasn't the sigil also on the door to the furnace as well? The soul
like the actual door into the into the engine? Yes, I believe so. There's another inlay around the salt circle.
Yep, on the outside of it.
Yep, and then one on the door, you said.
Yep. So he goes, I know I'm new, Captain, but I don't think any of this was here just a few days ago when I got hired. I was brought in on the which was the second one, the Silver Spur. I was brought in on the Silver Spurs, the last group that came in, and they brought me in because they said you were looking for an engineer. I'm more than skilled, specifically in Zeppelins, and being there's two in the town. But this engine, while I am trained in fettered spirits, this symbol has nothing to do with fettering spirits, nor does the one on the door, and I'm quite afraid to walk through it.
Yeah, I didn't have a chance to do an Arcana check on it last time. Would that do anything for us?
Take a check.
That's another nat 20, so 29.
Are you serious?
Yeah, dude.
Okay, you're special. So as you're looking, if you look now, you're gonna fuck your camera up. I'm about to redo it.
No, that's good.
So as you go through and look over everything, you are noticing two major problems. I should say major differences. One, there is not only the etching on the front of where the souls go in the crystal, there's also etchings on the individual pipes that come out that Edward goes through the ship to like move things and manipulate parts of the ship. Most of them are drawn on hastily, so you could easily remove them. That's the natural 20. A little bit of elbow grease, you could get rid of that shit.
Okay.
Once it is gone, you're gonna have to cleanse the soul engine, which means that the ship is going to have to be dry docked or landed on land. Or it's going to have to be roped off so it doesn't fly away from the tower, because with Edward, that's how things kind of operate. You're going to have to either put him into his reliquary that's inside and clean the inside of that vault out, the engine out, or you're going to have to remove him and clean it out. Removing him will be easier to clean it versus putting him inside and saying stay put and then cleaning it. There's some problems that happen with that. Here's the difference in DCs. If he is locked inside, it's a 30. If you take him out, it's a 20. But there's a risk anytime you take that powerful spirit out and refetter him, because you would need an object to fetter him to. And there is no backup fetter piece for him here right now.
What did you learn from the circle?
I don't know. What did I learn from the circle? Actually, that shouldn't have been an accent. What is the one around the circle?
That is a demonic seal to lock a demonic entity inside the engine.
Huh.
In short,
Does that
with the
look
natural
like
20, it was used to summon and lock the demon in there so that it could then possess somebody in the engine room. Basically, bring it here and conduit it out, which is what you're guessing happened to Penelope.
is that? You said that's an inlay, so is that like that's permanent, or is that able to be rubbed off as well?
That is etched. That would have to be filled. Doable though.
How the fuck did this happen? All right.
It's a good question. And with that, Nora and Everston show up on the ship. Nora, you see the same things that we just said about on the deck. If you look over the side of the ship and down, there's a group of people crowding around a skeletal body on the ground. And from where you are, because you're perceptive, you can see that there are numerous limbs. And there's only one rib cage. Which makes no sense unless somebody is beating somebody else with arms.
Mortal Kombat fatality.
Now, I actually watched the side quest, so I'm asking, in terms of, would Nora have noticed this? Would she have as looking down, would she notice that those bones were coated in metal?
Yes, silver. Yep.
Okay,
Please,
so
yes.
So she looks, and she swears under her breath, and then she turns to Jebediah and she's like, "You know, that file I gave you? That's tied into it." As I point at the skeleton.
And who are you saying this to?
I'm whispering it to Jebediah.
Oh, okay. Jebediah goes, he would be on the third floor, so let's be like, he wouldn't be up there yet.
Okay, because I was following
it's just
him.
you and Everston. He went to the third floor. He said, I'm going to go speak to...
Okay.
I'm going to go speak to Gordon about everything. I'll meet you upstairs in a while.
Okay, so then retract all of that. I would swear under my breath, and then I would turn to try and find Voss.
Okay.
Because out of everybody else in the crew and in our adventuring party, he's the only one who knows anything about this because of what happened during our first side quest. So I would pull someone aside and be like, where's Mr. Calcor? I need to talk to him.
He, I believe, is downstairs. Engine room, to be exact.
All right. Thank you. And I kind of like pat that person on the shoulder, and I make my way down. I take note of...
You see him wince, and you see he's like wrapped on his arm. He's got like numerous wraps down his arm.
Oh,
sorry. No worries. No worries. Nora was just a little injured from the attack.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Do you need me to take care of that for you?
Nope. But Tilda over there already has.
But he's still wincing, right?
Yeah, he's still in pain. He can't be healed again today. It'd have to be magic.
So
she didn't use magic. She patched him up with a bandage. You would need an hour, then you could do it again.
Okay. If you're not feeling great, hunt me down.
I've been bit by a sky shark. This is just another day on the Whisper.
I can't is he lying when he says that? Not the part about being bit.
Pretty straightforward on it.
But like the part about just another day.
He's in pain, but he does not seem freaked out. He seems like, yes, he's a little shook, but he's fine.
Okay.
They're a hardened crew. As much shit as I give Oliver, they are a hardened crew.
Okay, so then I go downstairs.
All right.
To look for Voss.
And there Voss and Oliver are.
Yeah, you'll see Voss, he's like leaning on his staff, kind of holding himself up, and just looking at this new ring that's etched in here.
And Oliver.
Okay.
Yeah, when Nora walks in, kind of the same deal with Everston. Like, her hair it looks like she pulled it down and then put it back up into like a looser ponytail, and she doesn't have her hat on, and she's like, "What, Voss? What happened here? Are you okay? Let me take a look at your. Let me take a look.
Hello, love.
Let me take a look."
Oh, yeah, by all means. And he moves away from the circle closer to her, kind of limping. His feathers are all fucked up. He's like, yeah, please, that would be lovely.
Okay. I think I'm going to actually try and do the expert version of treating wounds.
Okay.
So that means I need to make a DC 20 on my medicine check.
Yup.
Which I made. That's a 21. So it's 10 plus 3 plus the 2d8.
Okay.
13. 16. Voss, you get 22 points back.
Okay.
Fucking love you, Kelly.
So,
like she just,
you know what
like,
that
she's
doesn't
like,
fix though? Spells.
It doesn't fix spells, no. But it's battle medicine, so it only takes
Thanks very much.
like a minute or two, and I'm like, okay, hold on. I patch you up, and as I'm patching you up, I'm like, what
You
happened?
said 22?
I healed you 22. I like as I'm patching you up, I'm like, what
Back up
happened?
the
I saw the skeleton, I saw the metal coatings.
You saw that, did you? Yeah.
That,
That made him take a flying Lindy off the side.
how many
It was, I'm spent, love. It is. So, okay. I walk in, and I basically tell her the whole story. Like, walk in, cultist, 2 of them arachnid skeleton things. They had like 4 arms each. A lot of knives. Anyway, they were trying. I described the ritual of the molten silver. It looked like they were gonna pour it on his body. Talk about Penelope, everything that happened with her. Going to get Tilla and pulling whatever the fuck the demon thing is out of it. And then I point down to the ring. I'm like, and apparently this fucking thing showed up since what? So what's your name again, Kev? He's pointing to the engineer.
Michael Thatcher.
Michael.
Michael Thatch.
And apparently this has been here since after Michael here joined the crew. He's our new head engineer. But yeah, there's this. He points at the pipes. He's like, there's that, which I need to wipe off. This needs to be filled. And I'm guessing this is what allowed Penelope to get possessed by whatever the fuck that black smudgy thing is up on top deck. So we got to clean that off. We got to fill this, and I'm gonna have to take Edward out of the engine and put him into a reliquary so we can clean that and then put him back in it. It's gonna be easier if I take him out than if we put him in. The problem is, he looks around. He's like, one of the things that Penelope said to me right before I went upstairs to investigate and get into my room was that she says the ship's been working for the Rathmores for a few weeks now. Now, granted, that was coming from that black inky shit up on the deck. I don't know if that was him talking, if it was a lie or not, but it's worth checking into either way. I'm not entirely sure what that game is, but I don't trust him. And apparently there's 2 more blokes locked up in the hold that we need to check on next. Because apparently, she wasn't the only one that has been influenced by whatever the fuck that thing is. So we need to, we may have a long night ahead of us, and I'm out of spells. Aside from jumping on this ship and landing with just a cushy bum, I'm spent.
Voss, real quick. I have something that might help you when you work with my brother. And Oliver will reach underneath his linen shirt and will pull something out and over his chest, and it jingles a little bit. And it's a golden filigree locket of very fine make with the monogram of E on it for Edward, and he'll pass that locket to you.
Right. Erik, is this a reliquary? Would I be able to tell?
Yes, it is, and it is empty.
Is it strong enough to hold him?
Give me a fetter check.
With tools or without?
Tools fine.
Okay.
You can test it with some of the chemicals and stuff like that.
It's cocked. 13 plus the 26.
26?
Yeah.
Yes, it is strong enough to hold him, and you believe it held him once before.
Oh, would that make the check easier if they've been in something already, since it's
You wouldn't have to
familiar
prep
to
it.
them or anything?
You wouldn't have to
Oh,
prep
okay.
it. That's the difference. It
Okay.
wouldn't take the time. You could literally, if he's willing, fetter him from one to the other in a matter of, moments, taking the spirit from one and putting it in the other. Otherwise, it would take time, like an hour.
Neat. Okay, cool. I'm like, yeah, actually, this is champion. This is all right. I'm not going to do this yet. We're going to put that on the back burner. All of it. Hold on to that for me, so I know where it's at, and you know where it's at. Right.
You're patched up. This situation seems to be under control as I gesture to the various sigils and etchings and whatnot. You, Mr. Thatch, you said you didn't see these when you first came aboard? They're new?
Yeah, when I arrived roughly, it might have been only 2 weeks, I did not notice them. I checked the engine room every day, and they were not here until after this happened. I made my bout. I was getting ready to sleep. I came back, and I did not notice them until after all of this took place. When I heard the noise, I immediately ran to the engine room because, that's what I'm paid to do. And I noticed this stuff here. I did not know what to do. Arcane is not my study. Sorry about that, Mr. Hastings, Captain Hastings.
So I'm actually while I'm
kind of look at Nora.
While I'm talking to Voss and Hastings, or while I'm talking to Voss and Thatch, I'm using my Pursue a Lead to start up a second case because I only had the one running from the mansion last time we played.
Is there a limit?
Second, it's 2 per day.
Okay.
Or you can give up one of those cases to start another new case, but then you can't go back to the first one.
Gotcha.
Since I didn't use my second investigation, I'm doing it for this now. Okay. The investigation is basically, this is going to be really vague, and I'm going to narrow it down in just like a minute or two, but it's basically like, what happened on the ship? Like, what... I think it's going to be, did the cult of the Gorgon... I think they did. When did the cult of the Gorgon start infiltrating? That's going to be my investigation for tonight.
So you're trying to put a timeline together.
Yes, I'm trying to put a timeline together, and that's going to be my second investigation. And so as I'm talking to him, Mr. Thatch, his DC to lie to me is now 20.
Okay. So for him to lie to you. All right.
As I'm asking him, you're new, you said you didn't see any of this, and I'm not accusing him of lying, but I'm trying to poke and prod a little bit because he is new. I haven't really talked to him to begin with.
Right.
And now it's here's a new guy, there's new etchings. I'm not saying that you did it, but maybe you did it. Or maybe he noticed that someone else from the new engineering crew might have done something.
Yep, fair. So, I know Voss, you had something to say. What did you want to ask before I respond with Thatch anymore?
While he was talking, I was going to look at Nora and just do one of these, which is exactly what she's doing anyway. So,
So he goes, Nora, I am new. I'm an engineer. I have no reason to lie to you. I don't lie to my machines, so there's no reason to lie to a person. I also find that lying with spirits is the worst way to go, because when they find out, stuff switches really quick. Edward has been, him and I have been getting on a good relationship. I did ask him about it. I guess I could tell you that. He said that he noticed the etchings happening, but it was Voss, and he assumed that everything was okay when he asked him.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry, what?
So I want to pause there.
What?
So, Everston, what are you doing while they're all downstairs in the ship? You can wander around most of the upper deck and some of the floors in between, but being large, you only really fit in the cargo hold, which opens up from the front or on the top. So what are you doing while they're doing all this?
Everston's going to be examining those bones, whatever's out there on the deck, just to...
There's one downstairs on the second floor, which has not been moved, and then there's the ones at the base of the tower where Voss knocked him off. So did you take the lift down to the base of the tower?
I suppose so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as you make your way down to the base of the tower, taking the lift, you pass Jebediah and Gordon get in the elevator with you, and you're going down, and they go, well, we'll just ride it out with you. And as you're going down, Jebediah says nothing, and Gordon looks to you and goes, I saw you at the bar. I think your name was Everston. I gotta ask, and this is just because I'm trying to find out because we're in a rush, but is there a chance that Mr. Hastings is going to follow with the paperwork that's already been filed? Or is this going to get ugly? I just feeling like Jebediah gives him a sidelong glance, and Gordon puts his hand up. He's like, I don't want it to get ugly. We're gonna pay. We'll give his brother an Thomas body. You agree with us? I heard you. Do you think this is gonna be a shit show? Because I feel like it's gonna be a shit show.
I trust Mr. Oliver Hastings to do what he feels is right.
What does that mean? As it goes, boom, and the doors to the front and outside open. So they go back up in the elevator. Jebediah, you can see as you're leaving, I need a perception check from you as you're walking out to make your way to the bones. What you got, Everston?
I think I'd like to roll something to examine them. What would you suggest?
Perception is sense motive in the new version.
Okay.
Move this to the battle map here just in case you're asking or anyone's talking in the Roll20 chat. Everyone should be able to see it now.
I almost clicked on Roll20 to roll instead of rolling my dice that I have right in front of me.
Because I'll be like, you're doing it for the rest of the game now.
Got him.
18.
18? So, what are you trying to figure out? Their motives, and what are you looking for?
Yeah, just to kind of see what their intentions are, because I'm not...
Overall, Gordon seems super impatient. Jebediah thinks he talks too fucking much. That's really what they're at right now. Because when they left and they looked at each other, there was that moment of Jebediah going, I told you to stop talking. And him going, I'm tired of waiting. He's like, we've only been here, and the door's shut. And you can tell there's some tension between them. You're not sure if they like each other. And you would round your way to the back. So down below, out of the 82 people who live here, about 20 have gathered around these bones on the bottom. There are 2 Earth Guard there. They have set up a perimeter. They have the other new Soul Hound with them that is patrolling and sniffing and coming back. The Earth Guard sees you over the crowd, waves to you, kind of beckons you over. The crowd parts. No one really makes a big scene. They're just looking at it. And when you get there, the skeleton looks human-sized. There's extra arms on the ground. There's 2 scimitars laying on the ground. There's a bunch of burn marks on them, because I believe Voss hit that one with magic. No, he hit him with electrical arc, I think, for that one. And then there is a busted-up shotgun in his hand as well.
From what I've learned in a short time with Nora Tenwick, I'm going to make sure nobody touches anything.
That is exactly what the Earth Guards are doing. The Earth Guard are doing that. The Earth Guard are making sure.
Everston, I love you.
I'm here to observe with my eyes, and that's it.
Thank you.
So, Theodore Gatings is here. Theodore is the Earth Guard. He's not the captain, but he's the one that most of them have been responding to. And he would tell you, Everston, this city is having way too many problems at once. I don't know what the fuck this thing is on the ground. And he pulls back the rest of the cloth, and there's just something off about the entire piece. Yes, it is bone, but the head is dripped in silver. The clawed hands, like, it's almost like they were dipped in silver, and then like silver talons were added on. Same for the other set of hands that have, like, one of them's broken and separated. They haven't moved anything. He goes, I'm not a man of magic. I'm definitely one of the faith. I know a little bit about undead. My dad worked in the Ghoul Wars. I've learned some stuff from the true faith. But I don't know about you. Humans don't have four fucking arms.
I've noticed.
And he points and he says the vertebra, the spine's longer on these things, like, and they're not even the same vertebrae. They look like they're from different people. And the two arms, those are from someone else as well. The bones aren't normal. This isn't one person. Even the skull, the jaw is a separate piece. Waiting for Nora to get here so we can, handle this the right way. But I can't get these people out of here. They're really interested in what's going on. And I hate to ask this of you because a lot of people, physically look up to you. Would you be willing to help me usher some of these people out of here?
Of course. Sooner they're gone, the sooner Nora Tenwick can complete her duties.
Tell me about it. And I can just have one hound here and one earth guard. How do you want to go about this? So that's him asking you, are you doing this politely, or are you intimidating everyone in the way that only an Thomas can and making them leave?
I have an equally bad chance at both, so let's try diplomacy first.
Okay.
Let's try to be kind and
hey, man, the citizens have provided a lot of hero points, so you got them if you need them.
I'm going to, I bet. All right, let's see. Rolling diplomacy. Oh, hey. This will be great. 12 on the die, so that's a 12.
Okay. Oh, don't play him, Trickster. Don't play him. They're full right now.
Oh, yeah, we are.
Oh. Well, that goes into the pool. Don't play them. They don't need them right now. They're packed. They have 3 each.
In fact, I think I can roll higher.
What did you get?
A 12 on the die, and it's just no bonus.
Spend that hero point then. No, Trickster gave you one. Spend it if you want. I know he's flush with them.
Totally worth it. 13.
Woo! Okay, it's one higher. What did you get a total of?
13.
Oh, that's a total. So the crowd kind of looks over at you, and one of the people in the crowd goes, and a guy comes up, a little bit of a belly on him, head's shaved, a little bit of fuzz around the sides, bigger dude, and he's wearing a half apron, so it basically covers the left-hand side, and his left-hand side is all armored in leather as well with studs on it. And it wraps down and around, and he's got metal shoulder plates and stuff on this side, but there's an apron on the one for like working things. And he walks up and he goes, and why, in, I don't know, all of this tiny ass city, do I need to listen to you?
Listen, or you could not. Well, what I will tell you is there is an investigator on the ship that will be here shortly, be able to determine what this is, and maybe even who sent it. And if that's the case, that means we're one step closer to protecting all of the citizens of Merrifield. That's why you're all going to leave this alone.
Are you switching to intimidation?
Goddamn right.
All right, I'm going to give you a +2 because it was a decent speech.
All right. 19? Well, 21 with the bonus.
So you start seeing a few people wander away from you. The 20 whittles down to like 5. It's a couple of guys who are farmers here. And as they kind of move themselves away, on the ground, you see one of them left behind a a rake. Another guy left behind how would I explain this? Like the fan that would go on the weather vane. Your weather vane doesn't have a fan, but there's like a fan for the weather vane. It's like sitting on a box there. As the big guy who is kind of cocking off steps up. So if you need weapons, there are 2 weapons in the area. Since 2 people have played ever-ready arsenals, because I'm assuming you're always looking for things to beat people with. And he steps up and he goes, "What if I told you that I can make things like you, and I made the hounds in the town? How about I take a look at this skeleton, and we don't wait for this investigator that ain't fucking here right now?"
I do appreciate the hounds. They're a marvelous wonder. Superb craftsmen. If you intend to look, use your eyes, not your hands, or you will get the sternest talking to. Not from me.
From who? Oh, you talking about the girl up in the ship? Come on, she has one of my hounds.
I'm talking about the investigator, the chief investigator of America.
Lady. Yeah. I know who she is. She has one of my hounds right now. I can see through him.
Good to know.
Oh, I'm just here to help. I'm not a threat to you. So, how about a little hands-on? No one will know. I'll put him right back where I found him. I promise.
No, thank you.
He turns back to like the other 4 guys that are standing here. He's like, "Well, doesn't look like he wants us to help." The 2 Earth Guard, like one puts his hand on his pistol. The acting, I should say, lieutenant or chief, Theodore, goes, "All right, men, all right. There's no reason for a brawl to start here. When Nora gets here, how about you ask her to help, okay? Because if you don't, I'm going to put you in the drunk tank. We only have enough room for 1 person right now, so y'all all sleeping in the same room. Sound good?" One was like, "We ain't drunk." He's like, "Yeah, but you look drunk. Just listen to Everston here, and we'll call it a day." So I'll cut back to upstairs. You can tell, Everston, though, that the big dude has a look in his eye that, like, if things go wrong one more time, he's going to get bossy.
It's got to be so unfortunate for him.
So back up to this upstairs. Everyone's downstairs. Inside the engine room. Nora, you showed up, made your way down there. So we got Voss, Nora, and Oliver all down there, along with the engineer right now, Michael. And the scene starts with the hum of the engine. Whoom, 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 whoom. And then you hear a boom, 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 boom of a heartbeat. Penelope has been brought downstairs. No. Penelope has been brought downstairs by Tilda to put in a room to look over her. Nora, you immediately notice that Nora's sweating. Or not Nora, sorry. Penelope is sweating. And that the engine, when she is close, has started to pick up a rhythm. Edward also seems anxious. Doesn't look like himself the way he has the last couple times that you've seen him. And he's kind of flickering in and out of the room and other rooms. Instead of staying static, like semi-corporeal, he's kind of flickering around as you're making your way down the stairs. So I'm going to start the scene there with the 3 of you. What do you guys want to do?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I highly suggest you take Miss Penelope somewhere away from the engine room.
Oh, I'll second that.
I could take her back to the temple if you'd like.
That would probably be best, because as soon as you brought her down, the engine started beating like a heartbeat.
Oh, sure, Nora. And she grabs Penelope, picks her back up. Oliver, can I get a crew member to help me carry her back? It's a little bit of a ways.
Do you mind? I could help you.
Temple's across town, Nora, but sure, if you want. Crew member goes, no. I got it. Don't worry about it. I'll help her out. I ain't got nothing else to do right now anyway. I'm supposed to clean, and I'm not allowed to clean the deck right now because there's, demon puke or something.
With the subjective danger.
I will be up to investigate that shortly.
With the danger that has come about the ship as a result of all the happenstance, I would be more at ease if I perhaps accompanied you across the town to the temple. Nora, I appreciate your offer, but I believe your skills and talents would be very useful here on the ship.
So I would say travel-wise, to go across town and back is probably 25, 30 minutes, because the temple is actually at the edge of, the old town. Do you want to take a crew member with you, or are you going by yourself? I mean, you got plenty of crew members, so that's why I'm asking.
Oliver will take a crew member with him.
Okay. So one of the crew members will come with you. You make your way back up to the top deck, and you start walking out, and you go across the plank to get into the main room. Gordon and Jebediah are standing there with paperwork, coats on, like they're ready to leave. And they see you walking by, and they go, Mr. Hastings, if we can finish our negotiations. And Tilda goes, I'm sorry, we have a sick member of the crew. If we could take her away, we'll be back. And they're like, we can walk with you if you'd like. Nora's downstairs, so she's not there. She's not here for this.
Right. What I was going to ask before they left is that since Voss told me that Penelope was possessed, could I roll either an occult or religion to see if there's still something there?
Either or, your choice. You'll get different answers.
I think
undead's religion. I think occult is demons technically. So
okay, I was gonna say because Voss had mentioned demons, I was gonna roll for that. So I will roll occult. I think this would fall under my second pursue a lead, just because I'm trying to establish a timeline, trying to figure out when she got possessed.
Yep.
Because last time I saw her, which granted was to me just a day or so ago.
Yep.
But I got 17.
The residual is definitely internal damage. She's not normal. She's also not speaking in common, which she normally does. She's speaking in some form of Sylvan. Other than that, the damage physically that she had on her limbs are broken, both of her forearms. Her wrists are turned the other way. That has been turned back and splinted with a little bit of magical healing as well. You can tell Tilda has done her best to get her in a good state, but is probably out of spells right now. So taking her to temple is not a bad idea, because there are other priests there that could probably heal her. But nothing else other than that. Just looks like after damage from being possessed.
Okay. Yeah, just because as soon as she came in and it's, things started getting weird in the engine room, that's why I wanted to do a check.
Right.
But
totally fine. So then up top, back where we were, Oliver, the Jebediah, and Gordon are like, we can walk with you. We'd like to talk terms. Tilda's like, I'm done with my work. If you want to do it, we can do it while we're walking. Or that's up to you.
Jebediah, I appreciate your concern for business, but while the ship is still in my custody and under my wardenship, I need to take care of matters in business regarding my ship and my crew first.
What if I sent Gordon, who should not be part of these negotiations, and I have him go with her to walk her back, and we speak? Unfortunately, we are in a tight timeline. I thought this was going to be simpler, but it has not been.
Truer words have never been spoken. The situation on board my ship is a dire one, and I would like to tend to these matters first, again, before discussing business. And given what has transpired between my ship, my close traveling mates, and my crew, particularly the individual here, Penelope, I would like to accompany them to the temple personally.
All right, Gordon, we are going to have to wait. We did say we give them 24 hours if they wanted it, remember? He's like, I know, but we need to go, Gordon. Let's go wait in the office. Oliver, I understand. Continue what you're doing. What's an hour? He kind of wanders downstairs. So you would head off that way. Downstairs then would be Nora and Voss, and then you would have Michael and the engine room and a flickering Edward. What do you two want to do?
Mr. Hastings, are you, and I'm speaking in hollow, are you feeling all right?
You asking Edward?
Yes.
He flickers in and out, and you would get the, I feel like I'm not to the ship well, like a broken walkie-talkie.
I have read lips.
He's flickering in and out, so the actual
Okay.
breaks are him materializing and unmaterializing. So nice try, though.
Okay. Well, I was trying to see if I could get a little bit more information out of it.
You can keep talking to him. I mean, he can speak. It's just broken.
Then I'd ask, like, you're breaking in and out. Are you saying that you're not bound to the ship as well as you should be?
Correct.
I turned to Voss. I'm like, I turned to Voss and Thatch. Like, is there anything we can do now to keep him here?
I mean,
he's here. He's like, I could check more if I know I can pass that seal on the ground. That's my big concern, walking across that. I don't want to be possessed too, if that's what happened to Penelope. I also don't want to break the seal and summon something else.
Voss, do you know if it's safe?
Eric, with my nat
that?
20 that I got, do I know what triggers that?
No, it looks like it's all in place, but there shouldn't be anything affecting anymore. Like, he should be able to walk across it. There shouldn't be a demon present, but now that there's been a heartbeat, you're second guessing that. If you want to risk going across it and trying it, you can, or you can tell him that it's fine and he can go across. It's kind of up to you.
Eric, I have just to reiterate, when I leave my body, my max is 5 feet, right?
Yep. And it's 10 foot into the circle.
Okay.
So basically it's a big engine core in the middle, and then there's about a 10-foot gap around it because of all the pipe that comes out. So they have room to rework the pipes that go through the ship.
Okay. I'm still going to try it just to see if I can perhaps get a better reception from Edward.
Okay. So when you drop, like lay down or sit in a chair in the room or whatever, and
yeah, I'm definitely doing this much more carefully than I did in the elevator.
The orb appears. You can see what is that one? Another arsenal? Jesus, dude, he's already got 3. Are you wanting to murder everyone down there? Why are you playing these?
Hi, Sunburst.
Hi,
Wait, is Sunburst the one playing them?
No, it's Amir.
It's Amir.
Large.
Like,
there's a
out of my
bookcase.
inventory. Here's all your shit. Kill these clowns. So anyway, as you leave your body and come out, as like the orb, and then it kind of forms into yourself, you can see Edward leaning against the wall, breathing heavily, even though he's ethereal in this form, and he is caught between the salt seal and the demon seal, kind of split between the two and physically divided, like in half.
Okay.
So his conversation problem is the seal. In this form, you can speak to him openly. He says, I tried to cross the barrier. I heard a voice inside my reliquary, and there shouldn't be one.
Mr. Hastings. Damn it. I think Voss gave it back to the captain. If we try and put you into another reliquary, do you think that would separate you from the voice?
I'm not trained on this. I don't know. I feel separated. I feel caught between worlds right now.
All right, Mr. Hastings. Is there a name that you'd prefer me to call you?
Edward.
Edward. All right, Edward. I apologize that we're meeting under such strange circumstances. I will relay this back to Voss, Mr. Calcor, and we will
drop the seal.
Which seal do you want us to drop? The salt?
Yes.
Okay, so while he's talking to me, can I tell if he's lying to me?
Give me a roll.
He has to roll against my DC, unless you want me to do like a regular.
He is not lying. He's just in severe pain.
Okay. Edward, I will see what I can do. I will tell them to break the seal. Unfortunately, I am also not an engineer, so I don't know how long that will take.
The salt, as he says that, and you see him like flicker, and then you see his face distort, and you see a hole where his heart is start to bleed, and it just starts floating in the air around the ethereal seal from the salt.
Okay, so I like my point. What I was trying to do is like basically, excuse me, leave my body, and then see if it was safe for me to cross over.
The barrier's there. You can feel it. Like when you get near it, the salt seal is there. You would have to force your way through, which is what it looks like he tried to do.
Okay. So then, knowing that he's now bleeding out, I would take the 3 actions and
remerge.
To remerge.
Okay.
And as I do it, I tell Voss I'm breaking the seal.
Okay. Wait, what?
I'm giving him. I'm giving you 1 round, Voss. I say I'm going to break the seal because he's trapped in there and he's bleeding now.
What would you like to do, Voss?
Wait, the demon ring?
The salt.
Wait, the salt's hurting him? That's not right. Does that make any sense, Eric?
Yeah, it does. It could.
Okay.
So the salt is made to keep things out, and the engines, they are specifically attuned to the spirit in this, so they can go in and out. But remember, for him to move in and out, the salt seal has to be open. You close the salt seal when you want to lock him in. Like if there's under attack.
Got it.
Remember, it's under the grate it's like glass and metal grate that goes all the way around. So you can open that
and that piece folds up. Yeah, okay, gotcha.
And that's why I told Edward I wasn't sure if I'd be able to do it.
Now, here's the dilemma, Voss.
How that was
working. Have to reach through the demon seal to reach the salt seal.
I say, all right, that's what it is, and I step through.
Okay, I need a will save.
Okay. I'm going to spend a hero point.
All right.
You got this again.
You only get to spend one.
The die is just not good enough for me. There we go. 13 plus 8 is a 21.
Cool, you needed a 20. Good for you. So you can feel the thump of a heartbeat as you walk through the demon seal. You see a flicker of that demonic entity that, like, you could see that left Penelope when she was like vomiting it out. You can see a quick image of that, and it's gone. And you step through. You can open the grate and separate the salt seal. No roll needed.
Okay, do that. Yep.
Okay. And when you turn back around, the entire inside of that wall, the demon seal, is frosted over like glass in winter. You can see it from the inside. And the engine is frozen.
Again? God damn it, I took care of this shit when I first got on the ship. All right.
Edward appears next to you, Nora. He is no longer locked in between.
Edward, are you all right?
Penelope came here. She said that she was Voss. I turned away and turned back, and she looked just like him. I swear it was him. And he started drawing something on the ground, something about protecting me from the Rathmores. And the engine got cold. I could hear Penelope. And then when I tried to go and tell the crew members, I could not leave the engine. When I tried to force my way through, I got stuck. She sealed me in. while I was walking through it.
Edward, when did Penelope turn into Voss? Was this today or yesterday?
Today.
Today.
Yeah.
Can I hear this, Erik?
Oh yeah, he's material. Anyone can hear it right now who's in the room, engineer included.
Right, but like I'm inside the seal and I could see it was frozen.
Can hear it.
So
it doesn't stop sound because it's the ghost seal's gone. You can still hear them. They just can't pass it. Be like trying to walk through a grate. You get stuck or hurt.
Got it.
But the demon seal, you can hear it's just cold where you are. So cold, in fact, you take 10 points of cold damage.
God damn it.
That's cold.
If you have resistances, it would apply.
So none. Great.
Yep. So you take 10. And now you start to feel frost, the beginning of like frostbite on your toes, your nose, or your beak. Your wingtips, your little toes. It is frigid as hell. Literally.
Okay. Let's see here.
But when Voss, when you came on, Edward was here to greet you and Oliver, right?
Yep.
So, Edward, were you still free when that happened, or were you trapped?
No, I could see Voss. I couldn't speak to him.
So then something else was mimicking you.
And whoever talked to Oliver wasn't you either.
I guess.
Up on deck? Did you talk to him up on deck? Today? Right before we came down?
No.
Fuck me. It's freezing in here, by the way. He's gonna hit cast Produce Flame, and he's just gonna hold it in his hand.
Not how that spell works. You cast it and it goes off. That is how cantrips work.
Well, I gotta throw it. So I can make a melee attack with it, so it's literally in my hand.
Okay.
So I'm gonna hold it in my hand and then hit the engine with it.
Oh, you are going to hit the engine? All right, so you hit it, and you see a little bit of the frost melt, and then that, like, drip from the melt just freezes back over. Give me an Arcana. I thought you were trying to heat yourself. Okay. I was going to be like, cool, you take 9, not 10 points a round. Or 10 points
that does 8 points of fire damage.
It heals it back up, but I need a Knowledge Arcana.
Knowledge Arcana is gonna be, what is that, a +9?
Arcana
check. 28.
You would need to do a severe amount of fire damage to get rid of this. You're talking somewhere in the 30 range.
All right. Am I inside?
That doesn't mean it wouldn't reboot.
Do what now?
That doesn't mean it wouldn't come back, but to melt it off the engine, it would take 30 points.
Do I know what the markings on the pipes did? I'm going to step out of the circle.
You can't.
I can't?
You can't. Boom. And you hit ice. It's cold. Now, if you want to try to force your way back through, you can. It's a will save.
Okay. Gonna use another hero point.
So he's trapped in the engine room, but we can see him?
Mm-hmm.
Do we see, like, a wall of ice?
Nope.
Or just him struggling?
Just him looking out, not looking in.
I say, there's a wall of ice in the way. It's not... I don't... Are you fucking kidding me?
I don't know, are you?
So that's a 14, because I rolled a 6 again. So thanks for no help on the hero point, you fucking dickbag.
I mean...
I rolled 2 6s in a row.
That hits me right here.
So you hit it, and the frost like merges over you as you go through it. You do make it through, but you take 10 points of cold damage exiting.
Fucking shit.
I guess it's a good thing I patched you up.
Yeah, it is.
Like
it
a few minutes ago. We'll have to wait an hour before I can do that again. Unfortunately.
Fuck me, it's freezing in there. Ha! Chips the ice off of his beak. Pull the frost off it.
All
All right, so we got
Mr.
problems.
Thatch, we should quarantine this area. Definitely. Edward, you wouldn't know. You were trapped here. Voss, when Edward and Oliver were talking to you when Edward was talking to you and Oliver on deck, like, was there any status reports he gave?
He said he talked to the rest of the ship, that 2 people got locked down in the brig or somewhere. He secluded 2 people off on the other end of the ship, but he called, and he looks at Edward. He's like, "You called Oliver brother, which I haven't heard yet. I haven't heard you say that to him, which I thought was a little odd, but yeah."
Penelope came and spoke to me, and she said that, and he takes a breath, even though, like, he doesn't need them to, like, compose. He says, Penelope came and was talking to me about stuff that I needed to know. She said that Captain Hastings was my brother. She said that she could share memories with me. I said that without the okay of the captain, I was not allowed to do that. She was cleaning the salt ring like she always does. And then she walked into the circle. I caught her doing so. She touched me. I almost felt like I was being possessed, which I don't think you can possess a spirit. And I saw images of Oliver stabbing me. I saw horrible images of a fight between us about someone. They were a silhouette. I'm not sure who. It was very real. Very real. But no, I was never up there. The engine is cold. I can feel that. I feel cold right now. You could try stoking a fire in it. The fire won't hurt me, but it might melt it, like building a traditional fire. I can vent the smoke out. It'll clog some stuff up, but nothing that can't be fixed. The engineer goes, if you want, I can get firewood. We can make this happen. We have crates downstairs.
Right. The problem is walking through that, it fucking hurts, mate. Like, I feel like you did nothing to me when you helped me out when you first came down. And he points.
The
at
engineer
Nora.
turns around and he grabs like a pole out of a rack that has like a hook on it and opens the furnace through the 10-foot gap.
Well, that's handy.
But I mean,
right.
It makes sense. You said I can't cross it, but it ain't gonna hurt that. And the pole frosts. You can see it when he comes out. It's cold.
Stoke the fire, because if nothing else, that should help Edward feel better, regain some more of his energy. Voss.
The engineer says, "Give me 30. I'll have this running in no time. This fire will be large."
All right, don't cross that ring.
Voss, we need to check on the people in the brig that Edward supposedly sequestered.
Right.
I'm going to use a feat.
Okay.
Let me just double check this.
You can click it and put it up because I have the chat up for that.
Oh, Candace team. Yeah.
One day you can gain a clue through an entire district. Are you gonna yell down to the acting lieutenant and be like, "Hey, we got a job to do"?
Yes.
All right. Okay. They're a level 2. They have some bonuses. They can start canvassing for you if that's what you want to do. So are you leaving well, here's a series of questions for the two of you. Are you leaving the engine room?
Yes. I mean,
the engineer says I can handle this. I got it. I won't step through. And he takes a piece of chalk and marks where the circle is across the room. Tells the other 2 engineers, nobody pass that line. You're fired if you do.
as he's talking to them, I'm looking to see if they've been compromised at all, because we've got something on the ship that can impersonate people and can also impersonate spirits.
And then he tells the engineers, we move as a group. We're going to go to the cargo hold that did not have the coffin, gather cargo in crates, get them off the docks, whatever, but we do not go in that hold. Lock the door. No one goes in there.
That's the hold. That's the hold that he said that the 2 people were locked in. I'm thinking there's nobody in there. If that wasn't him, he's probably trying to get people into that place.
Then then lock it down. I'm going to call the Earth Guard.
So when you go upstairs to yell, Voss, are you going to go with her for this?
You said that there was writing that I could get rid of on the pipes if I just put some elbow grease on it.
Yes, but you
are
have
those
to be
inside the circle?
Yes, they're inside the circle.
Boss, I'm still playing catch up. I'm still disoriented because I literally saw you guys 4 or 5 hours ago at this point. From my perspective, with everything that's gone on, I would prefer the buddy system. Would you please accompany me?
So here's what I'm going to say. Okay, they will get the fire going. They can handle it. 30 minutes, they'll have this fire raging. There will be smoke coming out of the old stacks that used to be here. You'll have fire. 1. 2, that means that getting rid of this ring when the frost is gone is as simple as scrubbing off the symbol. Basically, the check, that's what all this entails. You get a fire going hot enough in there, you can scrub the symbol away.
On the engine?
On all the parts. The engine one will have to be filled. He can replace the door for now, though.
Okay.
And then the one on the ground can be scrubbed away as well.
Does it look like what are they written with on the pipes?
You don't know the language. I already said that.
No,
not
like what
actual,
it says. Like is
wax,
it like
wax,
an oil stick?
Wax.
Cool. Prestidigitation. Click. 10-foot range.
Frozen.
Clean it.
It does not clean it. It's frozen.
Doesn't?
If now, again, like I just said, once the heat is there, you could easily use prestidigitation to get rid of it.
Got it.
The heat needs to be there to circle go away.
Okay, then Voss will stay with Nora.
All right. So you guys go up the deck. You yell down, and cutting back downstairs, you see Everston yelling at or talking to a man. 2 Earthguard also talking to a man with 4 guys behind them. As they seem to be arguing. You can't hear the conversation great, but they're just pointing at the bones, arguing back and forth. You do hear Everston every time he talks, though. And the last thing you would hear from the big guy is like, well, then, why don't you call her down here?
And then I go, gentlemen, please stop arguing. We have a case to solve.
So the guy looks up and he goes, oh, thank God. Listen, lady, I can help you figure this out if you get your butt down here.
I will be down momentarily. Mr.
Awesome.
Calcor?
I look at Nora and I'm like, if you want to, you can just jump.
Well, like as I turn to Voss, I like hold my arm out.
Oh, like let's do this Mary Poppins style.
A little bit.
I'm Mary Poppins, y'all. Unfortunately, it only works with one target, love, or else I would do it because that would be fucking clutch.
No, I meant like I hold my arm out so we can start like walking down to get there. I didn't realize he's like just featherfall. I'm like,
what are you talking about? You can featherfall one, and then you can just float down.
I don't have that feat.
Oh, you
I don't have the glide feat.
Yeah, okay.
No.
Well, if you want to get down there quickly, he'll featherfall you.
I'm like, oh no, we'll walk. I'm fine with that. And I take her arm. I'm like, off we go. Clink, clink, clink.
So Everston,
watch, she's gonna do a superhero landing.
Everston, I'm assuming you're just standing there, making sure that these people don't tamper with the evidence. And as you do so, you see Nora and Voss come out and around. And when it swings around the bottom of the tower towards the crowd, the camera continues swinging, and it cuts to Oliver walking with Tilda and Penelope, arriving at the remade temple. The temple is an old stone building. It is built into the side of a hill, almost like a mausoleum. The old tapestry has been taken down. They've probably destroyed or burned them. They have put a new statue in place out front. It is the 4 hands in a circle with a basin of water and a small gem in the bottom. You would know from the True Faith this is blessed waters, like if you are sick or if you are undead. This is how they would test people when they come in. You would walk up to the door. Tilda would gather the 2 other priests and says, I can take care of Penelope from here with the help of the other priest. I think we can get her healed up. It's going to take a few days. Just leave her in our care. You built us the temple or gave us the money to do so. Let us do what we do.
Will do. Thank you for your assistance in the matters regarding the Whisper and the care of our crew.
Mr. Fucking Oliver, I'm not calling you Mr. Hastings. Oliver, this negotiation that you're doing with Jebediah and Oliver, I need to tell you that, unfortunately, these papers are legal. They are old, and you might be able to press them and use your name to supersede, but everything is up and up from what I can tell. And this is signed by your father. I don't know him personally. I know of the Hastings family. I know of your father's illness. I was told about that coming in, just to keep an eye on you in case it was something inherited instead of just being one person being ill. Safety. But I don't see a way out of this short of bullying them out of it. Or talking them out of it, if that's something you're good at. I'm sorry.
Thank you for all the hard work in your research, Tilda.
And she hands Penelope over to her brother and one of the other priests, and they go inside the temple. Once they go inside the temple, she looks up and she goes, now, I will say, if I were, say, doing my future profession, I would tell you to tell them that the state of emergency in the city means that the Whisper is a must-have implement in order to save Merrifield from the upcoming issues. And then I would leverage the fact that the ship has got some issues and see if you can't pressure them into not wanting it. That's what I would do. And then I would make them pay you for the wasted time. But that is me. And she turns around and walks back into the temple.
As she turns around and walks back in, Oliver just mutters under his breath, I really like that girl. And he'll start walking back to the ship.
So you would arrive around the other side of the tower hearing the commotion after they spent all that time upstairs. They spent more than 30 minutes up there. As you round your way around the tower to all 4 of you now being the base of the tower around a skeleton with multiple arms at the bottom. There is one taller gentleman, I'd say he's about 6'5", 6'6", got a little bit of a beer belly on him, shaved head with kind of like the friar's, sideburns on him, or the side part. And he's got a big mustache on him. It is like silver and black. Green eyes, and the one eye is pretty damaged. That's what everybody arrives to down at the bottom of the air tower.
I unlink arms with Nora.
All right.
I pull the acting lieutenant aside.
Theodore, yep.
Theodore. What's his last name?
Gatings. Gaddings.
Okay. Lieutenant Gatings.
Just an acting guard, ma'am.
Well, as an acting guard, I'm giving you authority to help me pull some rank as I flash my cadre badge.
Oh, okay. Give me a roll.
Deputize, motherfucker!
I forgot you had that.
Exactly, because, well, as I'm kind of role playing it as this is where I'm starting to use my clue in my canvassing feat. Yep. And so I pull out the badge and I'm like, well, acting lieutenant, I'm hoping that you can help me leverage my actual rank in getting some assistance for this case, because it seems as though we might have an imposter in our ranks.
Are you sure?
Let me roll the diplomacy check real quick. So that's going to actually be a +7 between that and that. I'm going to use a hero point.
Because why not?
Well, also I rolled a 2. So
not the best.
Not the best. I will take that. So I got a total of 21.
Okay. So he looks at you and goes, "You're in charge, man."
Well,
I'm ready if you are.
As I've stated, we have a potential imposter on the ship. I need everyone's. I need your assistance to help me get caught up to speed, because, as you may or may not be aware, I've been gone for 25 days, and I feel like I've only been gone for maybe 6 or 7 hours at most. So,
I see.
We need to start canvassing. We need to start establishing a timeline, and I start trailing, kind of listing off what I'm looking for. So as I guess as the other three, Oliver, Everston, and Voss are looking at this, I pull Gatings aside. I talk to him a little bit, and then we go back to the skeleton. And as we come back, I'm telling him a little bit about the cult of the Gorgon, and perhaps the suspects we're looking for might have...
Give him the copy of your case file.
Right. Certain accoutrements, and I'm start giving him case file, paperwork and stuff. And I'm whatever you gentlemen can spare, because if we don't contain this now, this is going to cause quite a bit of havoc for our new residents.
Okay. All right, so he says, all right, I will start canvassing. Is there any place you would like me to start?
Let's see. You... I know this is a lot of pressure. You would know better than I would. I would...
No pressure.
Personally start with the tower. Any of the new staff who have been assigned.
How about I
to
tie
the
up
tower
the
itself?
Rathmores?
I mean,
they're involved. The other option I would say is the crew.
The Rathmores, and perhaps their staff as well.
There's only 3 people on the ship. I've already spoke to them. They have not left the ship since they have been here.
Well, Lieutenant, and then I lower my voice. I'm this thing apparently can impersonate spirits. So just because the bodies haven't left the ship doesn't mean nothing has left the ship.
All right, well, I will keep an eye out. I will take one of the soul hounds. I'll leave the other one with you. And I will start looking into... Oh, the soul hounds, by the way. The gentleman who's standing there, the large fella, he made these. He's a little bit of an entitled guy, but he says he knows something about undead, and he wants to help with the situation. I think he's trying to get a sign of good faith after some rumors have been milling about his, possibly illegal fettering. Just a word of warning. I would not have given that to you if you didn't deputize him.
Right, okay. Thank you for the information. I will talk to him as soon as possible.
So, you're going to make your way back over to the group?
Yes.
All right, so everybody is here, all around this body. You have started your investigation. What I need from everyone right out of the gate is a perception check. Every single person. This is one of those times where a success gives you 1, and a critical will give you 2 against the DC, as you guys are beginning to piece together what the actual fuck this thing is.
I got a 19.
All right.
I only got a 13.
25.
24.
You got 24, okay. So 124, 25, and then what else do we have?
19.
Okay. And 13? All right. So, and then Nora, you have a +2 from the Hound being with you. Wait, is aiding a +1 or a 2?
+1.
+1, so you get a +1 from them aiding you as well, so 25. And then I'm gonna roll 1 for the larger guy. He also gives you 1. So as you show up, the big man turns around to Nora and goes, "Are you like my dog?"
He's seems to be working out very well, although to be honest,
Looks like he's leaking.
To be honest, I've only been acquainted with him for perhaps a few hours.
Looks like he's leaking. Looks like you're molting. What's your point?
You don't make things that leak soul, Gov. It's not the clean way to do it.
It's leaking the waste of it, burning it away. These are criminals.
Wow. All right. Well, guess we know where your priorities lie. That's good to know.
My priorities lie in making sure that criminals are punished for the shit they've done. I learned it in Maelshon.
I see. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Oh, my name is Gavin Genders.
Well, Mr. Genders, good to make your acquaintance. I heard some noise about you wanting to assist in this investigation. You might have some insight onto this four-armed monstrosity.
Yeah, I do. I came out here because, one, needed to get away from New Boulevard. It was getting sketchy there. But there's a cult that I've been dealing with on the down low. They've been coming to me for parts for the bodies that I pull the souls out of. I've been selling them to them, trying to track them down, and led me here. I don't know where the hell they're staying, though, because when I got to Merrifield, there ain't much here. There's a street, a tower that we're standing under, and a bunch of ships. I don't know where they're at. But they've been collecting these bones, and I... do you mind? Points to the pile of bones.
Can I just do a real quick, my own investigation real quick before he starts?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay. That's a 24.
Are you doing an investigation on the bones?
On the bones, because if I want to, I think in an effort of showing good faith and also confirming my suspicions I have, I would let him look at them, but I want to look over them first in case he tampers with anything.
Okay, so there are at least 5 different bodies made to build these, specifically this one. When you check later, the other one on the ship is very similar, like 5 to 6 bodies to build it. The rib cage and spinal cord is elongated. You can tell that a lot of pieces of other spines have been put together here. The face, back of the head, arms up to almost the elbow, and the upper rib cage and the shoulder blades in the back are all dipped in metal. And they're dripped, like you can see it's hit some of the other ribs. They are lightly armored as well. The jaw does not fit properly. They are carrying 2 scimitars. They are pretty shoddy craftsmanship, but they're workable. The shotgun that he has on the ground, if repaired, would be in decent shape. It's an Eisenheim. You can tell that this shotgun has recently been used. The blood on the blades is pretty fresh from the people that he's hit. His lower claws have blood up until like where the knuckle meets the hand. Which match up to the wounds on Voss from when he was grabbed.
Okay.
What else would you know with that check on them? Are you going to move the body at all and flip it over? Like, do your whole 9-yard investigation?
Right, and I think, as I'm doing that, at first, I do the glance at the front, and then as I flip it over as part of that, then I ask Mr. Genders to help take a look.
Okay. So when you roll the head over, on the inside, on the top of the skull, there is the same symbol that you saw on the man dressed in silver who showed up to the luchador mask. a match.
Okay.
Same art carvings and stuff, which you know is for the Cult of the Gorgon. Specifically, if you want to make me a, I would say, occult check for this, and see, you can also use your case that you have running as well. The dog will not apply to this, though. And then Mr. Genders will also give you a +1.
Okay. So I've got a +3.
We're all standing around here, right?
Everybody is here.
I'm going to make an occult check as well.
Oliver's looking around to try and lend his eyes, but he's actually working on a document on a clipboard right now.
Okay.
I got 22.
Okay. So I will go around, Voss, and everybody else ask you your checks in a second. So Nora, when you flip it over, it's not only the Cult of the Gorgon. This symbol, because of the 4 spurs that come off of it, you know that these are a specific group of the cult. They are crafted by what is known as... I gotta pull up my notes here. Known as the Marrow Maker. They are people who take bones and fuse them together between numerous bodies. And this specific skeletal type is known as the Silver Carpus.
Okay.
They are the kind of warrior protector group of the cult. Very prominent. What did you get, Voss?
Without tools, I got a 17. I'll throw in that.
Count for this.
Do it? No, that's what I said. Without tools, I got a 17.
Gotcha.
I'll throw in that. Yeah, these are the fighters, and their rank is usually determined by what type of materials made to make them.
The metal specifically.
Yeah, the metal specifically.
Then what did you get for your perception, Oliver?
23.
So looking around, there's a piece that is a little further away when the skeleton jumped. Nora's kind of took everything in, but taking in the immediate area. They must have thrown something, and it has landed next to a oversized crate that you know is shipping for like goods and materials for repairing ships. When you walk over to investigate it, there is a amulet. It's a silver skull. It is cracked, but it's still hanging from like the loop, but it is cracked in half. The inside of it has marrow dripping out of it, and it is silver coated. Everston, did you make a perception check too, or are you just making sure people don't fuck with the crime scene?
I could aid with an occultism check.
Yeah, sure. That if you aid Nora, that could help.
I get it with a 19.
You need a 20 to aid.
I thought you need a 15 to aid.
Nope.
No, it's a 20 now.
20 in
That's
PF2.
20 in Pathfinder 2.
I got a 19.
All right. So you're watching around looking for things. You don't see anything out of the norm. The 4 people have stepped back now that she's kind of asked Mr. Genders to help out. That's all the information. Do you pick up the piece, Oliver, and bring it over, or do you just point it out to Nora? What do you do?
So Oliver takes his ink pen, gestures to where he sees the object. He's like, Nora, I see something over there, but I don't want to touch it.
I think Nora looks a little surprised, but pleasantly so. She looks over to take a look at the necklace.
It is a necklace. It's an amulet. It's about the size of the bottom of like a coffee mug. It is the skull with a circle around it with bones that would be embedded in it, and it is cracked open, and there is marrow dripping out of it.
Okay. Can I roll?
Oozing, not really dripping.
Can I roll occult or perception to maybe see if that was connected to the creatures?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
I would say occult would make more sense than...
More sense?
Well, no, because you're doing an investigation. I'll give you perception for this, because you're trying to piece it all together.
Right, okay, so... I'll use another hero point.
All right.
So I can do better than that. Glad I did. That is a 25.
25. Yeah, these are definitely related. In the actual amulet that is broken, it is bone. It is dipped. You're guessing the crack of it released whatever it brought. There's etching on the back that is similar to the stuff you saw in the engine room.
Okay.
So they brought something with them to do this.
So what I'm thinking as a player, and this is one of the reasons I rolled, so my running theory, and I guess this is what I would turn and tell Voss and Mr. Genders, I think maybe these are almost like summoning talismans or trinkets. They might have cracked them open to create this skeletal creature or bring it here somehow. Does that make sense? Is that something that could be done?
Yeah, no, that does. It sounds like a talisman of some sort, or a single-use item that could have been linked to. And did you show it to him?
Yeah, so I'm pointing it. Like, I think at this point, I'm very gingerly with my detective's kit, putting it in like an evidence bag and all of that good stuff. But yeah, I would bring it over.
Okay. Genders would say, I didn't sell them anything crafted. I just sold them raw material. They asked for a lot of bone powder, like dust. And I do grind some of it up just to dispose of it easier. I have a crematorium as well back in New Boulevard. But yeah, I mean, it's feasible. The only time I've ever seen four-armed creatures, like 2 times. There's 2 times in my existence that I've seen four-armed creatures like this. I've seen them with a Dark Tides deep fish-like creature. I believe pre-sundering they were like Sahagin or something. And I've seen it in mutated gnolls. Rare, but exists. Now, they usually don't build their own like this. They're usually born that way or transmuted that way. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me.
So then I think we need to be on the lookout for more of these necklaces or potentially talismans. Because if we find them and they haven't been broken yet,
right,
we can sequester them. If we find them and they have been broken, then we have potentially more of these things running around.
May I see that? I can send your hound to search the town for it. I mean, they can smell anything. It'll take it a good chunk of the day, but if it finds more, I will be able to know.
Actually, this is a good... I was actually going to ask if they could do that, because it might also have the scent of whoever brought these on. And if they're here, and they are a doppelganger, that might give us an edge in finding out.
This doesn't seem like a doppelganger, though. Doppelgangers, for example, if you have duplicates, have you found dead bodies?
When I'm saying doppelganger, it's
not the fae, not the aberrations.
No, it's more like an imposter, I guess I should say.
Right.
Sorry, I'm
I get you.
still using pre-sundering. Anyway,
not all of us are lucky enough to remember that, but I get you.
Whatever imposter is running around, whether they might be fae, they might be a spirit, they might be demonic, they might be touched by someone from this cult, but whoever they are, they were able to impersonate a spirit. I'm hoping that perhaps the scent off of this talisman, necklace, whatever it is, will help us narrow down who that culprit is.
Yeah, I agree. Sounds like a better idea than anything else we got right now, right? So, with that,
Nora, what do you pick up from this shotgun here? Can you derive anything else from it?
I will give you another perception check for investigation by doing that. If anyone wants to aid her, you're welcome to do it. I think you can only actually get one aid at a time, looking at the rules. But if somebody would like to aid, or everyone can try, and the person who gets it can aid.
Is that perception?
Yes, it is perception check because she's piecing everything together. Oliver's like, yeah.
He's too focused, like whatever the hell he's drafting.
Right.
I did an 8. I only got a 13.
Genders gets a 22, so he can aid you.
Okay. Well, should have had Genders roll because that gives me a non-natural 20.
So that's okay. Difficulty's at a total of 7 now. You've got 7 successes, 8 successes now between all the things you had to roll. Piecing this together, what it looks like is, and with what you've seen on the ship, because you opened the case up there, which makes all the difference. They obviously infiltrated somehow onto the ship. These bone tokens, you're guessing there's probably going to be one for each skeleton and one for the demon that was there. You're guessing the one in your hand is the one for the demon.
Okay.
If you look around, you're probably not going to find any missing crew that has like been turned into these skeletons. They were probably getting ready to do that with the one that is wounded upstairs. The shotgun, though, is the one piece that doesn't really make sense. An Eisenheim is pretty rare. Sure as shit is not in this city because you guys have scoured a lot of the buildings and you haven't found anything of that kind of value because this place has been scavenged so many times. So it was brought. The manifest did have a shipment for weapons on it on the last trip that came back that coffin was on. There was no Eisenheim on it, but some of the boxes were from Eisenheim.
Okay.
So that gives you an idea of maybe something's in one of those.
I mean, I'll tell her, like, so this thing pulled this on us up top. That's why, and I think 2 guys went down from shotgun blasts.
Yep, they're alive, though. They're alive. They did not die. I made the rolls.
And, I think he missed me with it or winged me with it.
Winged you with it.
He winged me with it. Like, but yeah, no, like, he pulled this. He had it on him when they were inside the room.
Mm-hmm. Now, with that said, putting the rest of this together, if they infiltrated the ship when that coffin showed up, that means that there has to be something inside the cargo hold that you all missed. Or there has to be something in the coffin, which is out away from the city, on a hill, with a black ring around the bottom, with a salt tube around it. Something might be over there. Unfortunately, you did pull Tilda off of it, so she doesn't have any more information for you. Nothing. My question to the group, out of character, is what do you want to look at? Do you want to look at the hold, or do you want to go to the hill? And how do you want to handle the Rathmores before you do any of that? Are you going to tell them, look, we need 24 hours, fuck off, we'll get back to you? Or are you going to go up to them and be like, here's the paperwork, here's what we're doing? Because I'm pretty sure that's what Oliver's scribbling away over there. How does the group want to handle that piece?
So
Voss is taking the shotgun. So we can fix it.
Every wizard needs a gun.
Not wrong.
So I think, not that Nora's necessarily going to say this out loud, but I think she's going to go with like the 2-pronged approach, like tell Oliver to
Deal with the Rathmores. Yeah.
Then she'll split off to talk to Jebediah privately. And then I think that because we are closer to the ship right now, all the problems seem to be focusing on the ship. The demon may or may not actually be contained by Voss's workings on the deck. I think we should investigate the cargo hold.
I agree.
That sound logic, much as I don't like to say it.
I mean, I don't want to go into the cargo hold. I feel like it's a trap since Edward was trying to convince us to go in there. But with the coffin being as far away as it is, I don't see all this going down that as quickly as that.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. Like, yeah, wings fucking down. I think this is the epicenter of it.
Well, I think that we can handle that room before we go to break pretty quickly. You grab the shotgun. I will tell you that it can be repaired. It will take a couple days to do in a DC check. Question to the group. Does anyone remember craft? You have to pick your craft, correct? It's just not all things.
It is all
Correct?
things.
It is
all things.
You can get bonuses if you are specializing in something, but craft is
okay.
Is
so the
craft,
craft
so like,
DC to redo the Eisenheim is to repair it is a 20. It'll take about 2 days to do it.
Okay.
So I think 1 for you. 1 because all craft things are 1 day less for you. Right?
It's 1 day less, yeah.
So you could do it in 1, and you could repair the Eisenheim. It's a traditional Eisenheim, nothing special about it. I mean, it's nice, but it's damaged and old. So the camera would cut to everybody leaving down here if we're all finished, right? Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, we sent. So. Did Gavin send the dog off to go hunt?
If Nora said to do so, Genders will send it off.
Yeah.
All right, so it leaves and it takes off. It smells the necklace. You see fumes kind of come out around it and envelop it, and it sniffs the fumes back in and takes off.
Okay.
And he goes, well, if they're doing that, I'm going to head back to the shop and take notes of whatever I see. If you need me, I'll be at the bakery. He wanders off. So the rest of the group, the camera will cut to you all in the elevator, silent, making your way up. After that, it would make your way from the elevator to the 4th floor. Inside the 4th floor, there's paperwork strewn about, probably from her working on things. And then out the 4th floor back to the ship. Below you, though, pretty obviously seen, you can see Jebediah and Gordon next to their smaller vessel, having a conversation between each other, talking about how the waiting is too much. And you hear a few words from Jebediah as you're walking across. Gordon, if you don't wait on the ship, we ain't leaving with their ship. I'm tired of your mouth. You're running it, and you are paid to do one thing only. Fly the ship, the Whisper, when we get it. Other than that, your job is to be silent and stay there. Gordon wanders off to the ship, and Jebediah wanders back into the 3rd floor on the tower, and that would be heard. And the camera would see it as it's kind of panning across, all of you walk across the dock. As you get onto the deck of the ship, crew has cleaned everything up besides the demon spawn stuff that's there. Nora, looking over it, you can tell it doesn't seem like there's anything left. It's kind of, the bubbling has stopped. They could probably scrub it away because of your investigation. You're guessing that was just what was left when the spirit was expelled.
Okay.
And then you can tell them to start cleaning that, Oliver, if you wanted to. When you make your way downstairs, the fire is stoked. The ship is hot. There's smoke pouring out of the vents on it, which is what you'd use, the back vent, if something happened to the spirit of the ship. As you make your way down to the cargo hold, and I will switch us over to that again. The actual ship itself heaves a few times as the fire is pumping through it. And you hear the engineer yell through the squawk tubes, no worries, it's just backfire and we are fine. Nothing is damaged. It's just what's going to happen because this thing is not made for fire. I'm going to let it burn for an hour and wipe it out and see where we are. Continue about your business, crew. That's what you'd hear over the squawk box as everyone goes back to what they're doing.
Erik, if he's doing that, would that be, because if he's going to clean it out, would it be better to take Edward out?
Let me finish first. Give me a second. As you guys make your way down into the cargo hold, the door is sealed. A crew member has been put outside. He's got a cut across his face. He's carrying one of the skeleton's swords on his hip. It's obvious, like one of these beaten pieces. He nods to the captain. He's like, if you're ready to go in, Cap, I got the key. And he has the key in his hand. He's like, I'll warn you, I've been hearing some weird noises in there. Whispers or people talking and some scratching noises. This all started as soon as the engineer started the engine on fire. Now, with that said, no, you need to wait for the fire to be done before you take it out.
Okay.
So you're all outside of the cargo hold. You can go in if you want. My question to the group is, are you all going in? Is Nora just going in? How do you want to approach this?
I mean,
do we still hear scratching and whispering?
No, he said he heard it. It's on and off. You don't hear it currently.
Okay.
I can take the vanguard if anyone wants me to go in first.
It's not that. It's I was hoping to maybe overhear what was going on. See if we can.
You could wait out here if that's
way.
something you want to do.
Yeah, I guess I would like maybe like 5 minutes. I don't want to wait too much longer because I don't want us to get all like hyped up and then.
If you're willing to be patient, yes. About 5 minutes later, you would hear scratching noises again, like metal on wood. And then you would hear whispers and hollow, and they would just keep chanting, Azarak. The Gorgon calls.
Right.
Azarak.
So that's no good.
The Gorgon calls. And they would just say that 3 or 4 times and stop.
Perhaps they're friendly spirits asking us to join a party of sorts.
From the whispering, Eric, can I roll to see if I can figure out how many are in there?
Sure, yeah. You could do that. Perception. It would be a little harder because you're just listening to voices, but
right.
I'll put you down here because this is where roughly the engine room is. This will be an engine room in the new version.
I got 15.
No, it just sounds like a chorus.
Okay. I turn back and I say, it sounds like a chorus of spirits. I'm assuming it's more of those bone creatures. I hear metal scraping on the walls, and they're just chanting to Azarak and saying that the Gorgon is calling. So I have a feeling, granted, I can't necessarily interview them right now, but I have a feeling that they might be trying to escape to get to the coffin.
Okay.
Regardless, if they're planning on escaping or mindlessly trying, whichever, we should probably take care of it now while we're prepared.
Are you opening the door?
I mean,
how long has it been since I healed Voss last?
That was gonna be my next question. Do we want to open the door, or do we want 24 hours of rest?
I mean, I just need an hour before I can use my battle medicine on Voss again.
Right, but if you couldn't you just take 10 minutes and patch him up?
No, it for me it takes.
I'm unprepared as I have no spells. Like hit points, yes, that is important, but like I have no spells. I have cantrips.
Here's the thing: if we don't get this resolved now, we're gonna have to deal with this nonsense, plus sending off the Wraithmores at the same time, potentially.
Or you just go handle the Wraithmores now.
Or we could, and I like part of me is like we could ask the Wraithmores for their assistance, but then they might use that as leverage to take the ship. So either we deal with the Wraithmores now and tell them we have a problem.
I would say, I mean, if we're trying to figure out the order of operations here, I would say we tell them, well, ship's haunted, so you probably don't want it anyway. And then when they leave, we deal with this. That would be my 2 cents, 2 coppers, 2 wisps, whatever we're talking about. Preferably tomorrow, so that I'll have my spells back. But that's just my opinion.
I'm just afraid that if we delay, then the demon causing havoc will continue to cause havoc and do more harm.
Maybe.
Right.
So,
Captain Hastings, it's still your ship.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we have two, for lack of our term, we have 2 crew members offering you 2 different solutions. They both have their merits. I do see where Voss is coming from. We could come in better prepared, more refreshed to handle this, but it gives the Wraithmores more time to try and acquire your ship. On the other hand, if we wait, that gives the demon more time to find more victims.
Are you talking, Alan? No?
No, he's just thinking.
What's What'd you think, Gov?
Okay. He's grabbing something.
He's grabbing a challenge coin.
Oh, God.
I don't know, but I would laugh if he is.
I don't know what he's doing. So if that is the case, the other option I would say is you could wait the hour, fire it out, and get the ship at least clean, and then enter. That's another option as well. But as for Edward, I don't think you need to worry about him unless he decides to do the transplanting him. But if they don't take the ship, there's no reason to do that. So I would definitely not worry about that until you know what's going on with the Rathmores. Because otherwise you're just wasting time.
Right.
Right. Well, but you said it would be easier to clean out the engine if he wasn't in it. And that's what the engineer was talking about.
Cleaning it a fire. They're just firing all the ice out of it. They're burning all the ice away. Then they're going to wipe off all the stuff on the outside ring. The inside engine can be done at any point in time after they've done this.
Okay, gotcha.
Basically, you've solved the problem. They're just now executing. Then you can go back and clean the engine out.
Got it.
And it wasn't to clean the engine. It's to transfer Edward out. If he's in it and all that stuff was there, it'd be a 30. If you go in and you have time to do your stuff right and clean out the symbols, it'd be a 20. You okay, Alan?
Oh, okay. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good now.
Okay. So what do you want to do?
What are the two options again? We have to deal with either the Rathmores now, or we have to deal with the spiritual stuff that's going on the ship right now?
Either the Rathmores now or the cargo hold with the Whispers in it now, or do it tomorrow. But then you're going to have to deal with both at the same time, which would split the party. One of you'd have to go deal with the Rathmores for the most part. Or you can go tell the Rathmores, yo, we need more time, and argue it really quick. Or you go to the Rathmores now, and whatever Oliver has been writing up, you could just go, I got this, and then go try to handle that.
Oliver's going to do that. He's going to try and deal with the Rathmores now while the party's resting.
So are you saying take 8 hours of rest and leave the cargo hold as it is and put it under watch?
That's what I meant.
That's the big dilemma.
That's why I meant either we try and take care of this now, or we take care of the Rathmores now. You could use this as a leverage point, saying that that whatever they need the ship for has been compromised. We think we all know they need it for the engine. If the engine's been compromised,
yes, they are.
Then saying that it's been compromised might make them look towards another ship. But then again, we'd have to deal with the demon running loose, or we deal with what's in the cargo hold, try and restrain this demon issue, and then deal with the Rathmores. We won't necessarily have the excuse of the engine's been compromised, but we also won't have to deal with things in our back pocket.
Here's what we'll do. I'll take us to break. I'll give you guys the 13 minutes to discuss. We'll go get drinks, get all the stuff that we need, and we'll handle it when we get back, because you're either going into the cargo hold, or you're going to deal with the Rathmores, or both at the same time, which I can do as well. Same time. Or taking 24 hours or 8 hours to rest, so Voss can come back with at least having some spells. I will say that right now, this is happening, I think we said mid-afternoon was about the time all of this was going down. So when we come back, we'll say it's after all the investigation, everything going on, we're about 2 p.m. the same day that Nora got out with Oliver. Because you guys haven't even had a break from that yet.
No, that's what I mean. Nora's been okay, we're hitting the ground running.
If you can leave this thing in the cargo hold a little longer, great. Or you can open the door and look in, but we'll take a break. We'll handle it when we come back. For all of you that are watching right now, if you have cards to play, we're going to intermission. Everything is viable during intermission. So play whatever you want. You can play the Merrifield cards. You can play Blueprint cards. You can play Squalls, Gales, you name it. I have the list of all the Ever-Readies that are here. If this fine group goes the way I think they're going to go, I think Everston's going to need them. I would say if you have hero points What are we at right now? Voss, how many hero points you got left? Not
I
the
have
pool,
one.
just your ones you have on you. One on you?
I have
Nora,
one.
what do you have?
I think I have one as well.
Everston?
2.
And Oliver?
I'm capped at 3.
Okay, so anything but Oliver ones, because otherwise it just goes to the pool. Which basically every time we start a new episode, they refresh out of the pool you give them. I mean, if you want to play Oliver ones, I'm fine with that too. But play your hero points as well. We could use one for each. Or not. I'm fine with that too. But we're going to go into a 13-minute break. I'm going to leave you with part 6 of Nosferatu. We're not going to make it through the season with this. I'm going to have to pick another movie too. We're going to be done. We got like 2 more left. All right, everybody. Intermission. Play your cards. Play your souls. See you in a bit. All right, we are back from break. Man, this is gonna get This is the part where I was worried about tonight. So before we dive back in, I want to say thank you to our sponsors, Norse Foundry. You can easily get 15% off through checkout with Norse Foundry. I will put that in the chat for you. Anything you buy through them, 15% off. They're an amazing company. Myself and the gentleman who plays Voss, which is Drew, we know them really well, and they are great people. They make some amazing product if you want natural stone, metal dice, you name it. They don't make plastic, though, so your clicky clackies have got to be metal or stone. On top of that, we have the Cry or Die, which is right above me right now, 25% off. You saw those images during the intermission. Those are all the different skull patches that Lissa makes. 25% of the sales are donated to the Human Rights Campaign. We're doing that through November. Please purchase, pick them up. I think they're like $8. They're super cost effective, and they're just cool looking as hell. And support, you know? And then Jason Bowman with the blue tiles. Depending on what happens tonight, our crew may see the blue tiles. They may see something else, depending on which direction they mean to go. And we left off with all of them outside of the door of the Whisper's first cargo hold, where the original coffin was, that they have moved out onto a hillside away from everything, put a tube around them with salt water in it. But for some reason, the bottom of the hill is starting to turn black. They've investigated this. Nora has been dealing with it. And you have to remember, Nora and Oliver have only been out of the haunted mansion for like 5 hours. No rest for the weary. So that takes us back into the show for everybody here. I apologize in advance. During the break, you guys talked over what we're gonna do. What was the final call here? How are we handling this, everybody? Good answer. Good answer.
All right. We did it. We won.
Yeah, we won D&D.
All right.
Great.
Captain Hastings, you have your two options laid out. We either deal with this and try and contain the demon, or whatever it is, or you discuss with the Rathmores. Maybe we try and handle this while you're gone, but if we can't, we have to wait. Then we're letting that thing cause more havoc on your ship.
We've all made valid points and cases as to what the next actions we should take are. And I think ultimately, your points are the most valid, Investigator Tenwick. I think that my sword, your hands, as well as the hands of Everston, shall be put to good use in ridding the despair and cruelty that may rest beyond the doors of our ship's hold. And we must do it forthwith. We cannot waste any more time any longer.
So we opening the door? Is that what I'm hearing?
Sounds like
it.
All right.
It is time to sheath words and draw steel. And Oliver pulls his saber.
Okay. So as the door, you're entering, right? First, Oliver, am I hearing this correctly?
He's on the vanguard, yep.
Why don't you line yourselves up outside the door? I just put you all over there. The door that you'd be entering through is that first one in the big area, right here. So put yourselves there, and how you'd enter. This whole area, even though it has the beds in it right now, is a big open space. And the new ship, if you guys don't lose this ship, you'll see what it looks like there. So as the door opens and everyone is getting ready, you have actions in time, any spells you want to cast, and oh wait, you don't have any. So things that you want to do in preparation, you can do. I will warn simply that the door, as you touch the handle, Oliver, is cold to the touch, like a winter's day, like when you grab a door outside to go into a home. The cold chills you, but not enough to hurt you. When you open the door, there is this blow of like frosty, cold wind that comes out. The inside of here, all of the cargo and crates that have been left inside are chilled. You hear the whispers again of that Asarak, the call to the Gorgon calls for you. Over and over, and then it'll silence, and it'll just be like hushed, hollow whispers of people, undiscernible in the background. All the cargo's here. Nothing seems out of place, except for where the coffin was. In that spot, there is no frost. The boards are old and warped, like bowing in different directions from where it was sitting. And the body of Penelope is laying inside that area.
Oh, shit.
So with that, we will open the scene. There's nothing else in the room. Nothing.
Oliver takes the first few steps into the room.
Okay.
He looks about the room and he goes, well then, I was expecting there to be more of a party, but I wasn't invited regardless. And he begins taking one step at a time across the creaking floorboards to the body of Penelope.
So you start creeping into the room. And you're, Voss, I just read what you said. Yes, you are right. We are in the wrong room. I apologize. The cargo hold is actually down a floor. It didn't update on my end. I was like, what are you talking about, man? I'm like, no, you're all right. It is down a fucking floor. It is here. So let me reset us. So you walk over towards Penelope. Where that bed is on the floor is where the coffin was at. Let me move us here. So as you're making your way over,
I'm going to follow in.
It gets colder and colder. Not enough to harm anybody. Penelope's body is there. She is shivering, even though she is not covered in frost, but her hands are outside, just the fingertips outside of the coffin area. You can see they're purple and blackened. Her toes are the same. She's just in a night robe. And you can see the frost is really beginning to freeze her tips. Inside of that area, though, inside the actual coffin area, when you get near it, it is warm to the touch. Almost like entering one of those downspout heat walls, like when you walk into a restaurant. There's this warm air that gusts down in the shape of that squared coffin. When you get closer to it, you can all hear the tones of those hallowed words being spoke over and over, and you can see Penelope's mouth murmuring something, but the words aren't discernible. Kelly, you can make me a read lips for her, but you're looking at a 25.
Okay. Well, I mean, I wouldn't have even had this shot without read lips, so.
True. And everybody else, put yourselves where you want to be in the room. This is where Penelope is. I will bring the body over for her as well.
I'm gonna use a hero point.
Last one for you, right?
Well, I didn't grab any out of the pool.
You can't until next session.
Until next session?
Yep.
I'm going to use a hero point anyway.
Okay.
I feel like this is really important.
Okay. Basically, they're providing the 1 per hour. Is what
I got natural
People
20.
Can still play. People can still play hero points. You're welcome to play hero points.
Yes.
And you got a 20?
I got a natural 20. My hero point came through.
She is. Can you speak Fae or Sylvan? Either one.
No.
She is whispering,
I probably just wasted
murmuring
it anyway.
something. The language you can see. Once in a while, you get a few pieces of common that she's speaking, and she is saying, what would it be? To the Winter Court, I bequeath my body. To the Winter Court, I bequeath my body. To the Winter Court, I bequeath my body. Over and over and over and over again. The natural 20, I will tell you, she is doing her damnedest to keep whatever is inside of this coffin inside. In this etched in area.
Okay.
Now, what were you gonna ask, Voss? I heard you.
No, sorry. I was gonna. So, Kelly, how many hero points do you have?
0 now.
0 now.
Yep.
But we can play cards.
You can play cards. Playing cards is totally fine. All
Cool.
the ones that get built up. Oh wait, we went past intermission. I lied, Kelly. I'm sorry. I forgot intermission happened. Yes, you can refill your pool.
Okay.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
I
That's
forgot.
okay. That's okay. Whew.
Because we did. No. I just forgot that intermission happened because we were all just talking about shit anyway for the game. So yeah, no, you can totally replenish.
Did I have any in the pool?
I put the pool up in Discord. You'll have to check it. I'm not looking at it right now.
Okay.
And then I'm back here, and let me put her in here for you.
So I let them know, like, that sorry, I lost my train of thought there. I let them know that Penelope seems to be praying to the Winter Court or calling upon them somehow, but I think I wholeheartedly believe that whatever she's doing, she's trying to keep the demon or whatever was in that coffin contained.
Okay.
I don't think she had anything to do with bringing it here. I think she's doing her best to try and keep us safe.
Yeah, that with a natural 20, 100%. That's what you think is happening.
And so I say, like, I believe in with my whole body. Like, there are very few times where I feel like I'm absolutely sure this is one of them, Captain Hastings. So,
with that knowledge, Voss, would that mean that the coffin area that she is currently in would be currently functioning as a circle?
Would it house?
You would have to make a roll.
Arcana, yeah? Or a cult?
Arcana, actually.
Oliver's gonna assist, or try to. He's not gonna assist.
Fuck me. This is important, so I replenished my pool at intermission, so I'm using 1.
Okay, so you did spend. Did anyone else pull out of the pool? Because I will put it in here for audience. So Nora, you used all, so you're at 0 in the pool. Everston, did you pull any from the pool? So you're at 2. Voss, you're at 2. Oliver, did you pull any?
Nope. He was full when he went in.
Those are the pools.
Well, I had 1. I had 1 left, so I pulled 2. So I have 1 left in the pool for later, next time.
So 1 later. Gotcha.
11 plus 9 is a 20.
And what was your question for that again?
Whether or not this heated area is working as a circle to keep her in.
It's no. The heated part isn't that. The heated is where the coffin was. Your guess is the area where it is still connected to the coffin somehow. Maybe there's a rune or a glyph or a carving underneath her. She is reaching outside of the limits of the coffin to keep the ship cold, to probably stop it from igniting in flame.
yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Voss, if I disturb the wood, am I going to disturb her?
You would have to step in to do it. Like it's a box. She's in the box, and her hands and feet are outside the box. So to touch the warped wood, you'd have to step into the area of the box.
Yep. I'm tracking that.
Okay, just make sure. I didn't want you to do it, then me go, make a save, motherfucker.
No, I'm aware that this is going to be a bad day.
Okay.
I just want to know that I could disturb the wood without disturbing Penelope.
She's
Like
laying on it, so kind of?
So Oliver's going to take a saber.
Okay.
And he's going to try and, where her feet are at, next to her foot, try and cut a chunk of the floorboard out so you could peer underneath it.
You could do like a board next to her to do that.
Yep.
Okay, so you start prying a board next to her. Athletics check, really simple. Unless like Everston assists you. If Everston assists you, you don't have to roll. because he's strong enough just to go "Mwah," and pry that shit open.
That was a really good roll. Athletics, that'd be a 25.
25? Holy shit, man.
Yeah.
So you pry it up, and underneath there is at first it looks like just like a couple of phalange, and then as you like peer down through it, all underneath it, a pile of bones are in there, and they're coated in like a silver powder.
Hey, Voss, can I get you over here for a second?
Oh boy. Right, coming in. He comes into the room. Yep. What we got?
Under the floorboards, you're going to want to look at this. It's bones and a silver powder.
Take a peek.
You look underneath, there's probably a dozen bodies underneath, or pieces of bodies hidden underneath the boards, covered in a powdered silver, kind of between the running floorboard or running joists. They aren't moving or anything, but they are, when you lift it up, there's like a steam that is pouring out from the heat. It's basically drying out the wood, and that's why you're getting the warp. And she's trying to keep it cold. Put those two together, you get a real shitty floor.
Arcana or occult to figure out what this is.
Occult, 100%.
Okay. Tools or no?
Yeah, absolutely for this. 100%.
Okay.
I'm also going to, are your tools circumstance bonus or no?
Yes.
I think all tools are circumstance.
I think all tools
bonus,
are.
Aren't they?
Or it's item bonus, yeah.
Okay, then I'm going to use Clue In to share information with the triggering creature. You gain a circumstance.
Throw that shit on screen.
There we go. Since this is still a part of my investigation of like the timeline and what happened with the ship.
Equal to your circumstance bonus.
So
check investigation. What?
So right now I'd only be able to give you a +1, but if it stacks with your tools, then I can only do it once every 10 minutes relating to my my pursuing a lead.
Only once every 10 minutes. What shall you ever do?
Hey, she's been out of a haunted house for 5 hours. Like, time is precious here.
Yeah, all right.
And Oliver, what is this? What are you doing? One for all?
Oliver's going to do one for all, so he's going to try and
what type of bonus does that give?
Voss's confidence. It's like aid another, but I can use diplomacy instead of the relevant skill.
Yeah, give me a roll. This is good. You guys need to do this. I'll tell you that right now.
So this is a +2?
Mm-hmm.
+1 from...
And then
the Digus is like, no, I don't want to be part of this.
Oh, fuck you!
And then I got 20 for diplomacy. To aid another.
They gain a circumstance bonus to their check equal to your circumstance bonus to checks investigating your subject for pursue a lead. So that's a +1?
Right
+1
now, yes.
Right now, yep. It
goes
goes up later.
It goes up.
And you got +1 for him, so that's +2. So what do you got? Or do you want to use a hero point? Oh, you threw it on the floor. That's right.
Yeah, it fell out of my hand.
I got you.
But yeah, I think it's like Oliver's like, you've got this, Voss. Like not like I believe in you, but like you're the expert. Come down here and look. And then I'm like, Voss, remember what's in the case files? And I start reading stuff off.
This is your job, not mine, boss.
I rolled a 16, so that's a 31.
Keeping it or rolling again?
I'm keeping it. I'm not gonna. Yeah, fuck you. You're in the top 75 percentile of what a die can roll. Why don't you re-roll that, dick? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to keep the 16. We're going to go with the 31. You horrible person.
Okay, I guess that's acceptable. So as you... yeah. So as you
want to stay?
You look over the hold, and you look over the bones and everything that are in there, you know what this is. So in the beginning of fettering, you were taught that cultists that follow keepers do a very different form of magic. They will write inscriptions and sigils on objects and summon the powers of keepers. Now, a keeper can be a dead god or a forgotten god, which is what all the major keepers are, but can even be minor things like spirits and demons. and creatures or anything that has enough power that you can call upon it or summon it. This pile of bones is the equivalent to I would say a graveyard. And what they are using this to do, they are taking these bones, they have marked them with the Tormentor's mark. And a Tormentor's mark produces heat. Each bone produces 1d6 heat or fire. Do the math.
Each bone?
Each bone. And they have marked all of them. And the silver dust that's on top is to create spark and fire. Now, immediately, Oliver thinks, shit, there is gunpowder in the room next door.
Voss, if we fuck this up, it's going to be a rather large explosion.
I feel like I'm Mel Gibson and Danny Glover's on the toilet. That's where we're at. All right. Fuck me. Kind of look up like, well, I know what it is, but you're not going to like it. And I tell him, basically each bone can explode. And it would have if she wouldn't been here. Is there any way to open up the bottom of the hull?
Here, the cargo hold opens the back, so that whole back half opens up like a ramp, and the sides of it can actually open as well to get like big cargo in. Because you got to remember,
but this is below the floor.
Yeah, you would have to tear up the whole floor to get to it, or cast a spell in there if you think you can disrupt it that way. I will tell you that it would take a ritual to do it efficiently, and it would be an easier DC, but you don't have the time for a ritual.
Nora,
Rituals take hours. You're guessing that looking at Penelope, she's maybe got 10 to 15 minutes. This is why I was hoping you'd go talk to the Wraithmores.
Nora, could you
right
check
here.
the ship's hold and see if we happen to have shovels?
Do you want me to check for shovels, or do you want me to tend to the patient?
You got a crew person right outside, man.
I was saying the crew member, tending to the patient is a prerogative, but if we disturb her, the entire ship is at risk of exploding violently.
I guess.
Eric,
The crew member leans in and goes, I can go look for, what do you want, shovels? What do you want?
Shovels.
He's like in the
and-
doorway because he was the guard.
Shovels and perhaps some wet blankets.
Okay. Do you need buckets?
I don't know if buckets. Maybe some buckets of water as well. I'm thinking.
We got that salt water that we made for the Akata. We got a couple barrels of that left.
That might actually be a good idea.
So he walks over to the center pillar, takes the squawk box. He's like, crew, everybody who is here, I need down in the hold 2 barrels of salt water, 5 shovels. Do we want people too? He looks back.
No, just blankets.
Just
I'm
that
afraid.
stuff. Bring it down to the cargo hold, please. Now, ASAP. Stop whatever you were doing. Roger. Comes from a whole bunch of people on the ship.
And then as I turn to Oliver and Voss, I say, if we're going to do this manually, I'm hoping that perhaps the damp blankets will help keep the heat output lower.
Maybe.
If that is the intent.
Eric, is it the entire underneath of the ship or just underneath this part of it?
It's underneath her specifically. Underneath the outline of where the coffin was specifically.
Oh,
They're
so
kind
it's
of
not
between
like
joists.
Okay. You said there's like 12 people down there?
At least 12
people were
bodies
the
worth,
bones?
yeah. Yeah, you gotta figure the floors in this thing are like this thick. They're
Right,
railroad
that's-
ties, you know?
Voss,
Mm-hmm.
what blankets, or can we rinse off the bones with salt water and use the
Wouldn't
rest
work.
of our barrels?
Flooding it will float the bones out. Maybe. If you get enough water in there, you might be able to float them up and start grabbing them out. There are no, and this is one thing I'll say, there are no runes, there are no glyphs like keeping them in there. It's just where they are packed in. Each bone has glyphs on them, but that's just to make them do what they do.
So if we take them out, they'll explode, though, right? Because she won't be holding them.
If you take them out of the area she is in, yes. Another. There's basically the joists. There's the joists, and there's actually the bottom of the ship, which is normally curved on a lot of ships because they're for water. These are flat because they're made to land. So it would be like a gap about this big and another floor. You could go outside of the ship and like cut the bottom out of it. But that would be very risky and would damage the ship.
That was
would have
going
to be hanging from the bottom to do it.
Right.
You could rope off and do it. There are ways.
And we all look at Everston when we look at that.
This is an option, but you have one problem. The ship is not running right now.
Because
it's just
of
floating.
the engine.
Right.
So I put it in chat, but Voss, I know you're tapped out, but is there any possible way to magically clean this up? Move the silver off? If the silver is what's causing the sparks, the silver dust, would it be possible to get rid of at least some of that?
Drowning it in water. That's what I said earlier. That would stop the explosion part. It wouldn't stop the fire part. You know what I'm saying?
I was thinking maybe prestidigitation.
It won't clean it away because it's not dirt. It's an actual, it's stuff. Like you can't clean that away. It's not soil. It is part of a component. Otherwise, I would just prestidigitation every mage's bag. Oh, you're gonna cast spells? Prestidigitation. Bye.
Well, no, because the way that it sounded to me like it was kind of just like set on there, like
they're coated in it.
Okay, I didn't know it was like a
puppy
coated.
chow.
Okay.
I have another idea.
Kind of like the cold iron blanche.
Yeah, similar.
Okay.
This is why Everston needs a chainsaw. Bugs Bunny that shit.
I do have another idea that also involves Everston if he wants to volunteer. What if we grab one of the steel harpoons and Everston, you punch holes through the floor to evict these items?
You can do that, but they're going to drop at the base of the tower.
We're floating right now. If we take off the mooring lines and push off, will we swing out away from the tower?
You could move it away that way, but you would have no easy way back because you don't have an engine right now.
Right.
You're literally just floating.
So you gentlemen are the ship experts and the engineers, and Everston is Everston, but he might be able to help. Does the tower have like repair cranes?
No, there's no cranes on this. What they do is they have they would lower the ship down, and they would rope off of the docks because the top docks go out really far, and the other docks come in smaller. The middle docks can be folded down to give space. So if they had to repair something, they would fold down some of the smaller docks for the smaller ships, rappel off of the big dock, and do repairs.
So maybe what we could try and do, are we attached to one of the big docks right now or no?
Yes, the big ships have to dock at the top of the tower for space.
So this is the idea I'm thinking of. If we lower the other docks, we set up some skiffs with water. It doesn't have to be salt water. It can be disgusting black tides and dark tides infested water, whatever.
That's just the water they know they have on hand. That's why I said
right. But what I'm saying is then maybe we could have Everston punch some holes through, and then the bones would drop into the skiffs full of water.
And then run the skiff out away from everything and just let it.
You could
burst.
fly a skiff under it. That is very true. There is a skiff. You do have 2 other airships here. Currently.
Yeah, we don't want to blow those up.
One of them is gone. The other one's here, but they could tow you.
We could ask them to tow, or if we're concerned about getting back, that's just. I'm trying to come up with now because she's only got about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. We got to hurry up.
but the brand new one that showed up with the Siren Bard is Here Are the Performers, and you have the Silver Spur, which is the Lycans, the people who deal with the Lycans. Or you can take one of your rowboats off and go underneath it, hover underneath it, like lower it down far enough to where you can hover under it. That is an option. There's a lot of bones. You could, I would say, function-wise, it would probably make more sense to just dump them in the barrels than to fill a ship with water. You know what I mean? Like barrels of water.
Right. I was
just drill
like
a hole
I said,
and fall in that. That's what.
Like I said, I'm not the engineer. I'm not the master of how you repair ships or whatnot. I'm just spitballing.
So with that said, in what you're saying, and everyone's spitballing. Here's what I need. I would say the two best people for this are going to be Oliver and probably Voss for the check. I need to know what skill you want to use to come up with a solution. I hear what you're trying to do. So come up with a solution how to do it, because you're missing a key part. And it would need to be like engineering, piloting, something to do with ships. You both can make your own check for it.
I can roll lore piloting.
Okay. Give me a roll for that, and then Voss, you can give me craft if you want. That's probably what you'd use, or technomancy.
Probably.
Technomancy would be a really good check as well.
Technomancy lore, crafting's higher, so I'll probably go crafting because I'm thinking of a way to make something to do this.
Sure. So both of you give me your checks.
I rolled the dice equivalent of getting a 14 in blackjack, and I'm not sure if I want to hit or if I want to keep it.
I mean, them hero points, though.
Yeah, but that backflip, though.
Nat 1 following that hero point roll has scarred me.
Well, then I'll go to Voss. Voss, what did you get?
21.
Okay. So you could cut it open. They will pour out. You're still going to have to... You would have to cut a... Here's the big issue you guys aren't thinking of. You're going to have to cut a very large section. You don't have enough time to cut that big of a section. If you cut holes, let's just say you cut holes, it's not pitched in a way that everything's just going to drain out in there and it's going to be fucking A-okay. Someone would have to reach in and fish the fucking bones out. You're talking about cutting a 8-foot by 4-foot section. Remember, this was a big ass stone coffin. That would be really hard. What you could do, and this is the smart part, you have repaired ships like this. You could open the cargo hold and crawl in. Because there is enough space between the landing and the floor you're on, between the joists, to crawl in like you would in an attic. There is enough space for that. That's why I'm describing, like, I can't fit it both on camera, but it's that like 3-foot gap.
Yeah, it's a crawl space.
Now, before that, Oliver, what'd you get? Are you re-rolling or not?
22, I'll keep it.
Okay. 22 piloting wise, you could put enough weight at the back of the ship to do this.
And
Open
shunt
the back,
everything out the end.
Take the back part and drop it out the ass end. You would get most of it out that way, at least. Maybe not all of it, but a majority. Some may hit some struts on the way because you don't have good control of the ship right now. But you could let out enough to drop the balloon to drop it all out. That would be the smartest way. So you guys are definitely on the right process. Just drilling a hole. If you didn't make these checks, I'd be like, yeah, go ahead and do it. And I'd blow all you fuckers up for it. So you're on the right path. So for sure. What I would need is a pilot check from you to command the crew to do what you need to do. You're looking at a pilot check of 20. Engineer-wise, to get it open and do things, it's not that hard. Looking at an 18 to do it in time. If you crit for me with the engineer and you crit with the pilot, no damage to the ship. If one of you crits, you're going to take a quarter of what I'm going to do in damage to the ship. If neither one of you crit and you just get it, you take half. It's 20d6. Oh, if you fail, you take it all. I mean, obviously.
I'm excited about this plan. I'm happy to be a part of it.
My question is, for Nora and Everston, how are you helping out? Nope. But you can definitely help pull boards off the back when he opens up the ass end. Okay. So you'll be assisting Voss. So let's start with the engineering check while Oliver's running upstairs. Nora, are you going to take care of Penelope when they do
Yes.
that thing?
I was gonna say I either my way to help assist would either be using medicine to try and keep her stabilized during all of this, or athletics or acrobatics to pull her out of the way once we finally do tip everything over.
Your choice, whatever you think makes more sense. I am fine with either or, but she is going to slide. So you'd have to tie something to her or something.
Then I
Or
think...
at least you think she is. No one's tried moving her, so you don't actually know that, but physics, she would slide.
I think then for that, knowing that as we dump, she's going to slide, I would use athletics.
Okay.
So that I can grab her.
Okay.
All
right. Let's start with Voss and Everston. See if you can get this done.
No pressure.
All the pressure. So DC 18 to do the engineering. You can aid him, or you can make an engineering check yourself if you think you're good enough at that. I don't know how good you are at crafting. This would be a craft check. I know that you have a chance to crit this, Voss. Correct. You are disarming a magical bomb.
Yeah.
So it's a crafting check from me.
Yep.
Okay.
18's the DC right now. Everston, you can assist with athletics because I'm assuming you're just ripping boards out. Yeah, yeah. No.
And how much time do we have?
Not a lot.
Less than 10 minutes.
Like 5 to 8. So you're hustling.
Okay, so that doesn't matter anymore then.
Yeah, 20. What'd you say? Do you aid people with more than a +1, or do you just get a +1? Are you expert? Your training determines. What's your training level? Okay, because I think training actually determines your bonus for aid. I'm pretty sure. Oh. Gotcha. So skills individually, we'll say so. So did you beat an 18? Did you get 28?
We're waiting for Voss.
27. So you get a +1, Voss.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I thought it was something like that. What you got here, Voss?
With a +1 from Everston, I rolled a 10, so that's a 22.
Okay.
I've rolled under 50% of what this die can do. So the question is, do I roll again? Do I use a hero point and roll again?
I mean, so far you have made it. This does mean that minimum, it's going to take a quarter of the damage. That's if Oliver can crit a pilot of 20. You will have
Oliver,
assistance from your co-pilot.
Oliver, what's your...
You don't have time to discuss this. Sorry.
Well.
This is definitely a time-based thing.
Oliver's already gathering his crew at the helm.
Yep. Co-pilot is with you, ready to go. Your co-pilot does give a +2 because he is trained in aiding people.
Okay.
Spending a hero point.
All right. I hope it's a natural one. Is that a natural one?
No, that's a natural 20.
20.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No pressure, Oliver.
So that's a 32.
So you tear it open. You know exactly where it is. You even get a piece inside of between the flooring and the joist to push it down, like a man-made jack to make space. And you know you do this when you have to add shims. And you knock a huge block of wood in with Everston's help to shim it so that all the bones have the potential of sliding out.
Okay.
Now it's on Oliver to not blow up his own ship. You got a +2. So they go up top. They start to put more into the front. They raise you up and out. They untie it from the dock. Some people push you out just to get some distance. You'll be floating, but you can, land this if you need to afterwards. They get you about 50 foot from the tower, hoping that's enough distance. They turn the rudders, put the ass end away. They drop the air out of the back of the ballast, sink the ass end down. +2 on your roll. I made my aid bonus. What's your co-pilot's name?
That I actually have written down.
Yeah. Especially you don't just have a note card or like a post-it note on your screen.
We're all counting on you.
Oh, pressure.
Yeah. Todd, 2 points, by the way, for the Club Dread reference earlier. Well done. Oh my God.
The co-pilot's name is Patrick Carr.
Okay.
Carr. Yeah.
Patrick's like, Cap, this is as good as we're gonna get.
Patrick, if this goes south, it was
We're dead. Don't worry about it.
Carr. Todd,
Cap,
come
there's
on.
no reason to talk. We're dead. We're dead if this goes poorly. Natural 1?
Yes.
Natural
No.
1? Natural 1? Natural 1?
It's got to be a 20. It's got to be a 20. Come
That's
on,
a
Billy.
19, but with a +2, that gets me an 11 for a 30.
Eat a dick, Asarak.
Give you some claps. That was solid. So as it swings around, and with the momentum of the back end swinging, you drop, and you hear all the bones go past Everston, past Voss. You see them flying by you, and you start to see the runes light up as they're going by you. Skull, jaw, femurs. They start boom, and not only do they explode, they ignite into balls of fire. One
Is it
after
flaming
another.
sphere? Is that what they do?
More damage than that. So as they all go down and they hit the ground, they start detonating. And you see shrapnel of bone flying up, hitting the back ramp, sticking into it. Fragments of teeth and bone sticking in the area. Now I just need Nora to stop Penelope from sliding out. As she starts to go, you see her hands pull in. Frost starts to fade away. You can tell this was definitely her magic, that she was trying to stop this. And in athletics for you, you knew it was coming. And you need an 18.
Activating my suspenders.
Snap those fucking suspenders.
Goddamn blue demon charm.
Getting it done.
Get it done. Or make sure you don't bounce off the ropes, Penelope. What did you say I needed, Eric?
18.
18.
No crit needed for this because you weren't part of stopping the bomb. You're just stopping her from sliding.
I got 22.
So you grab her and hold her. The frost, you can feel her. She's cold as it fades down. And the words out of her mouth as everything slides out as she says, "Is my sister okay?" As all the bones go boom, 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 boom.
Well, we think she is. And hopefully you'll be able to see her soon.
I tried to keep the whisper safe. It's my job. I did my best to keep it safe.
She's getting a promotion.
Queen, she would say, I think she would definitely say the queen was with me. And as that happens, the camera will cut away back to the temple. there's explosions in the distance, and they're big enough and loud enough that things are shaking off the walls in the makeshift temple, or I should say the retrofitted temple. When things start falling off the wall, the camera pans through as they see the Ember Priests trying to stop bottles from hitting. And one of them is over top of what you thought was Penelope, holding her down, making sure she's okay, and kind of shielding her from the things that are falling. Tilda stops and looks to the left, and on the wall, there is this skull etched in stone as the pieces are falling out of part of the temple because it's so old. And behind it, you can see this silver skull with a ring of bone around it. She looks up to it and she's like, fuck, how did we miss that? As she gets hit by one of the stones and she shrugs it off as parts of the temple start to collapse. Not bad, but damaging it. The camera would cut from there to a wide shot of the hill out in the middle of nowhere. The black ring that is around it has crept all the way up to the salt tube that you have installed around the coffin. The tree absolutely dead. And remember, every night it reaches down over it. The tree is bent over, and there is a perfect split in the branch to the door. When the explosions are going off, the camera would pan around to that one arched doorway that just leads into darkness. Back to the group as you get the ship under control. Put the Zeppelin back into position. The lines that kick off the 50-foot, crew members start tugging it back in. I need Oliver to make me a perception check since you're in the helm. And you get a +1 from your co-pilot. As you guys are pulling back things, kind of high fives and hugs, as everything is kind of coming to what you believe was a calm.
I'm going to spend a hero point.
Okay.
Ah! And I dropped my die.
Uh-huh. That's what every failed die roll says.
22.
In the distance, you can see that hill from the height that you're at. And your co-pilot, Patrick, points out as well. He's like, is that tree bent? And it is literally, if this was a tree, it is like this and then divided in the middle. And you can see this black archway with faint candlelight in it. He goes, Captain, is that normal? And the black earth all around it desiccated. And the coffin lid is steaming.
Patrick, give the order to the men pulling our ropes in to start turning the ship.
Turning us where?
To point all port side to
He goes over to, he's like, everybody, port side, turn the ship, 90 degrees, turn, slow, stop. Captain, you're not shooting this, are you?
We're manning the gun decks. I'm not shooting it. Someone get me Nora up here and Voss.
So downstairs in the cargo hold is your home Penelope. She stands up on her own accord. She's tired, but she's in good shape. Voss and Everston would make their way back up the ramp. I'm assuming you guys would close the cargo hold up out of the back. Fix the boards later. Over the squawk box in the cargo hold, you would hear Oliver say what?
Someone run down and get Nora and Voss up here right now.
Captain, they can hear you?
What's going on, Captain?
Just look up like, fuck me.
Nora, Voss, there appears to be a tree bending quite preternaturally, and there's a portal forming between the boughs of its branches.
Tree? What? What tree? I fucking hate this place. Voss starts running back up into the top deck.
Right
like, it's not the tree that it's the fucking hill. Nora!
Yeah, over the squawk box, Oliver will pass the word again. All gunners to the gun decks. All gunners to the gun decks.
I shake my head and follow, and I take a look at what's going on, and I'm like, you've got to be kidding me.
So as Everston walks by, Penelope grabs on, and she's like, are you strong enough to carry me? I'm spent. So she would climb up and you can grab her in one arm and walk up. You go up the side stairs, squeeze through the doors. Everyone makes their way up. I'm assuming, Everston, you go to the bow of the ship because you can't really fit where they're piloting and look out. You all do see the hill, and the steam is coming up, and it is hot enough that it is actually marring and like shaping the tree because there's so much steam coming out of the coffin lid. As you level the cannons, and people are manually trying to level, I will tell you, if you do decide to shoot, this is going to be much fucking harder because you don't really have good control over the ship right now. You have guys using mooring lines 50 foot away trying to turn you towards a mound. And they have you lined up, you believe, decently, and you start hearing the loading of cannons. Now, with that said, do you remember how many shots you have left in your cannons? Because I do. You have 20, would be 16, so you would have 32 shots left to divide between both sides. So remember you have 8 cannons, 2 rows, correct? So 16 on a side for firing, isn't that what it is?
16 total, 8 on a side for firing.
Oh, okay, so you have 32. You have a decent amount left then. You're good. I was thinking you had 2 decks of them. Is it 4 and 4? Okay, so just 1 deck. Well, I will have to redraw my map.
Yeah, it's 1 deck of 8 cannons.
Cool. So you have the 8 cannons lined up. They load. What does the group want to do?
Voss, should I shoot this?
Not yet.
It's just a famous question.
If I pull the trigger and give the order, do I shoot the tree or the coffin?
I don't.
Never gonna dance again.
I don't have a good answer for that. Has it been an hour? Can I get healed again?
No.
Fuck me. No, don't shoot it. I think that's a horrible idea.
Are we going to watch and give it some time? Or are you guys wanting to go down there? What is the group wanting to do?
This is something where I definitely think we need to rest so that our resident spellcaster can be at full strength.
Okay.
I'll be staying up as long as this portal is open. And if anything comes through that portal that looks moderately threatening...
You can put people on shifts for that. You got a crew.
Yeah, but it's the captain's
cannons.
duty. It's the captain's duty to stand watch when shit's going south.
All right. I will warn you, you're going to be rolling for fatigue.
That's fine.
So, is that the game plan?
Rathmores, then?
I mean, you have a first mate for this exact reason.
All right.
Yes, but when shit's going down, the captain's presence is required on deck.
Yeah, it is. For as long as they can do it.
Yeah.
So, especially right now as it's happening. So,
also, the Rathmores could fucking wait.
So, with this said, the group is going to take 8 hours of rest. You're floating out away from the tower. They don't pull you back in or you won't have a shot. So, they more line you off. They run some extra rope out. You guys are floating at like that 80 mark to make sure that you can get shots. Everyone rests for the evening besides Oliver. Is that correct?
Would I... Fuck. I'm going to run down and talk to the engineer real quick.
Okay. He's put out the fire. It's looking pretty good. They've scrubbed all the glyphs off of all the pipes. They scrubbed the one off the floor, and he is getting ready to affix a new door.
Sweet. Wait, I thought the one on the floor was etched.
Yeah, they filled it with putty and wood and sanded over it.
Oh, got it.
Professionals.
Perfect.
They fix the salt. They check everything around the salt to make sure there's nothing there either. Edward is there guiding them on what is going on. He says he feels better. He still feels a little sick. Looking inside, they would tell you there are glyphs inside I've not seen before. He's like, the new engineer says, being honest, being a siren, those are not abyssal. That is Sylvan. They are runes of the Winter Court.
On the squawk box.
Is Penelope still up there?
She would be up on the deck somewhere. You guys would hear her over the deck, and she would tell one of the crew members, and they'd come over and be like, yeah, she's with Everston right now. They are out the port, and, starboard. Out the starboard. And
send them down to the engine room, please.
15, 20 minutes later, she shows up. Exhausted.
Right. I'm sorry. I know you're beat. Trust me, I am too.
Yeah, I understand.
Do you know what these are?
The runes? Yeah. I put them in there. I put them in there when my sister and I were talking, and I had her help me. I haven't seen her around the ship, though. I think she might have went back to the Never, but I'm not positive.
She's at the church. She's getting healed up. She was in a bad way. She got possessed.
Oh. Yeah, she helped put the runes in there when we saw the engine getting hot and we were cleaning. They're simple runes. I can get rid of them if you want. They're just there to help mitigate fire. We use it against the summer court when we go to war.
Right. So that's all they do? It's just to help keep the heat down, so to speak?
Yeah. Without them, I was afraid that Edward's reliquary might have melted. It was getting hot random days. The engineer was looking at it. Then that engineer died, and then the other one wasn't skilled enough, and the new guy showed up, and I was going to tell him, and then all of this stuff just went to hell, literally.
Right, perfect. That's all I needed. Thank you so much. Edward.
Did you want me to get rid of them or keep them there?
Let's keep them there for right now. I feel like it might behoove us to have any edge we can get.
Excellent.
Edward, did you hear all that?
Yeah, I understand. I just feel a little ill still, but I think it's from the fire. I feel like I've been at a night at a cigar bar or a brothel. It feels like my lungs are full. And he coughs and ethereal smoke comes out.
Is the inside of the engine still all sooty?
Oh, it's fucking hot and sooty.
Can I prestidigitation the soot away?
Absolutely.
Pew, 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 pew.
So when you do that, he does feel better. The soot goes away. He was at a penalty for being sickened too from the soot being in it. But you're good now.
Right.
So are you taking your 8 hours?
Yes, I am. Gov, just so you know, this situation has turned to one outside. If you're able to fire this baby up and get it running, it might help us so that we can actually move the ship, because right now we're just trying to floating out 80 yards out from the target. So if we need it, if it calls down, can you make it happen?
Edward's I can fly the ship now if it's needed. The damage was minimal from what happened. As long as we're not landing, there won't be any issues. Would you want me to...
Don't do that unless the captain calls for it. I'm going to go tell him that's an option, and I'm going to get some sleep.
You don't need to, and he reappears up in the helm, and he goes, brother, Captain Hastings, the ship is ready to be piloted if needed. And he disappears and goes back to the engine room. Captain has been warned.
Right then, off I go. And I go to my room. No, I don't. Fuck.
I was waiting for this, almost the entire fucking episode. So you go open the door, and you're like, oh. The guy is still laying on the ground. He is patched up. He's
because I told him not to shoot anybody who wasn't me.
When you go to open the door, you knock.
Yep.
Do you say
Shave and a haircut. 2 bits. Don't shoot me in the face, please. Open the door.
Blueberry pancakes.
Yeah, blueberry pancakes.
As you knock, and you hear the, and he goes, "Hey, Voss, I cleaned the room up some, sorta."
Right? Are you? Jesus, man, you cleaned the room. What is wrong with you?
I couldn't leave. I felt like I had to work. I kept my head off the pain. And you've stitched his face and bandaged it, but he's got claw marks all over him. He's got some metal on him where they tried
he's
previously.
Fucking torn to shit.
Yeah, he's I cleaned, and he did. He pushed the metal bowl off to one side. Then when it dumped, it hit the corner, and the whole corner of the room is silver now.
God.
But I mean, obviously, all the furniture is bolted down. It's not made to move.
Right.
He's kind of leaning against the bed, and he's like, permission to leave?
Granted. Go to sleep, mate.
So he gets up and walks out. You look at the bed, and he did not clean the bed. There's this flesh and blood all over the bed.
Flip the mattress.
Bloody ties.
Lay down.
Just lay down. That's the Vogue.
I'm a fucking Vogue. I don't care.
I'm assuming everybody else gets rest besides Oliver, correct?
Yeah.
24 hours go by.
I think.
Oliver, go ahead.
I would try and convince Oliver to sleep because I know that things have gone poorly and he needs to be on the deck and blah blah blah. But Hastings, we just came out of a haunted manor a couple of hours ago. We've been going nonstop. You were possessed. You came back, coughing up sludge.
All of this is true.
I know you want to stay and keep an eye on everything, but with everything else that's happened, no offense, Captain, but I think you need rest. If you were coming in fresh, if it had been me and Everston trapped in the manor or me and Voss trapped in the manor, I wouldn't be pushing you. But
so besides roleplay, Oliver, I'll tell you the difference. If you let them watch instead in fire, they have about half the bonus you do. Now, you could tell them to come wake you. You could just sleep in the helm if you wanted to. Throw up a cot, because there's one everywhere in this ship.
We'll meet in the middle, Nora. I'll sleep at the helm. Patrick, if anything comes through that portal, kick me awake.
Aye. No problem, Cap. I'll keep an eye out. I'll put somebody in the top of the balloon with a spyglass. They can take watches. If anything happens, we'll get you up immediately, sir.
Can anyone tell me what the hell that tree is?
An elm tree, sir? They're all around this place.
Not what kind of tree it is, Patrick.
Oh.
What it's doing.
I mean...
taking a bow? Sir, I don't know. That's not my thing. I will ask around while you're resting, sir.
I would appreciate that, Patrick.
So he will do that. So you guys get your 8 hours of rest. So this would be 3. So that'd be 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night. Everyone wakes up. It is dark out. There's an overcast. The tides are licking about 2 streets away out of the crater as you look down into the city. Not hitting into the new areas. There are guards, earth guards that go around with lanterns to make sure everything is safe. During those 8 hours, the sibling to Tilda has showed up waiting for you guys to wake up. So Connor is here. You never get woke up during the night. You get a full night's sleep. Here's the reports that would come during this, and they're all pretty simple. Earth guards say the doorway has not went away. The steam from the coffin is gone. And now there is like a liquid around, kind of filling the area between the ground and the salted filled tube to keep things in. It's kind of like filling up that gap. Kind of like if you held your arms in a shower and water filled your arms. It looks like that. It doesn't seem to be soaking in the ground. That's the first thing you would get. Second thing is they can't see into the portal. They have searched it. Third thing, the dog has brought back 3 more of those medallions. Marked them. Genders would have went and got them, brought them back, left them in the 4th story office.
Were they broken?
Yes, all of them are broken.
Yep.
The other ones are smaller than the big one that she found. So the other ones are like a mug size. The rest of them are about $50. Same kind of symbols in them, but they have 4 lines off of them instead of being the ring of bones. Rest is pretty good. For the first time, you guys have gotten solid rest. I mean, when's the last time that's actually happened? Everyone is good. Can heal up the amount you would get for sleeping for the night. You get your spells back. Now, the next day, are we going to the archway between the branches to look around and look in? Because that's all the data they would bring you. Also, the Rathmores are waiting when you wake up, but they're not waiting for you. They're just up still because it's only like 11 at night. So you still technically have time if you tell me, yo, we're going to meet tomorrow at noon.
Oliver will send a message to the Rathmores saying that business will be handled with no excuses in the morning.
What time do you give them?
10 o'clock.
Meeting at 10 a.m.?
Yeah.
Okay. Jebediah would send a message back saying 10 a.m. is perfect. If you need more time, let me know. I'd be happy to give you the rest of the day. I would like this to go civilly. That's all they would send back. They say they are staying in one of the... Oh, no, they would just stay on the ship. They're staying on the ship. Okay. So you have time if you need it. And that was written... probably written. Written note that came back to you. What does the crew want to do?
So in my mental construct, are we all on the helm? Where are we discussing business as what the fuck we're doing with this portal?
I would say probably the fourth floor is the safest. Terry would be there as well, along with Jin would be there as well, actually. He would be back from all of his stuff.
Okay, so we're in the meeting room then?
Yeah, I would think so. I think that would make the most sense instead of being on the ship.
Yeah.
I mean, do you really want to be on the ship after all this? Do you need a break? You could take the light skiff over here, especially if you want to go out. You could take the skiff out to the doorway as well.
Okay, so we have as First Mate has put it, an elm tree. It's in bent and has her boughs spread to open a portal to somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And we can't look through the portal.
Yeah, it's just candlelight you would see in there, and then it just dims out immediately.
In addition to that, we have the issue of the coffin that's lying at the foot of that hill that also now bears a portal, with some sort of corruption spreading still from the coffin. I'm open to recommendations. Or thoughts, ideas. Anything really?
I mean...
Terry would probably be the person who gave you all the information, because I think with him doing all the administrative stuff he's done, most things probably report to him when they can't find the group. You know what I'm saying? And here, I put the air tower up on the screen as well, just so we all know where we're at.
I think Nora would probably be a little bit more eloquent than I am, because I'm running a little bit out of steam here, but...
Mm-hmm.
I think that while I don't necessarily want to investigate this at night, I would not be adverse to heading out with a small group to at least do some initial investigation, see if there's anything different when we have boots on the ground that we can report back, and perhaps between Voss and I come up with some theories on what it might be. And then that way you can still have your meetings with the Wraithmores, and regardless of what happens with that situation, we'll know one way or the other the fate of the Whisper, and if we can count on her in resolving the issue with the portal. But I think if we take a look at it now, maybe we can at least see if it would be safe to fire cannons if we had to, or if it would cause a larger issue than what we already have.
I think gathering knowledge is something that we have to act on with haste in this regard.
Okay.
So in that manner, I would say that we should all go forth to the portal and investigate.
All right. I agree with that for sure.
And then while we're here, if she hasn't been taken to her already, I definitely think Penelope should be taken to her sister.
No, Penelope has not been taken to her sister yet. She was resting on the ship because she was pretty fucking wiped out too. I would say, if you want to, one of the crew could. Terry could take her if you wanted. This morning, she's probably well enough to walk herself over to the temple. Say he's not big. Terry would definitely say, while you were sleeping, we got reports from one of the Ember Priest that the temple, part of it's collapsed. Not bad. So the damage is fixable, but Tilda was injured. Some of the rock fell, and Penelope's sister is okay, but she's been sleeping the entire night. Tilda said that's normal, I guess, after a possession for that to happen. My question is, when the fuck did Tilda get us find out that we had a sister here? Or Penelope has a sister? What the fuck?
We literally just found that out 8 hours ago.
He like takes out a book and he's like, and like writes in the notes.
I'm sorry, Terry. We literally found out 8.5, 9 hours ago.
I found out like 4 ago that she has a sister when she came down here to talk to me, and she said, I want to leave, and I said, I wasn't told you could leave. You have to stay on the ship, and so on, and so on, and so on. Look, a lot has happened. I have a lot to fill in Oliver and Nora on while you were gone for 25 days. We talked a little bit, but people are starting to ask about the tree. People who are doing farming, specifically some of the people you brought back to work on the silo, they are asking a lot of questions.
Well,
Alma and Mac came once. Edna came once as well. They said that it smells. I don't know, something.
Did they say what it smells like to them?
Bad. Dead.
We talking?
Gay? What was that, Oliver?
Are you talking like it is rotting sort of bad, or is it sulfurous kind of bad?
Rotting, death, like that stagnant like smell of a graveyard. Before the tides roll in and resurrect everything.
God, I love this town. It's so pleasant. Nothing but good things happen here.
Hey, I'm happy I'm not dead. I just told everybody we'd know as soon as we knew.
And hopefully we'll know more within the next hour or so.
Excellent. I'll put out a notice. The Earth Guard have kept everyone away from the portal or doorway, or I don't know, the clusterfuck that is the hill, Death Hill. They've kept everyone away from Death Hill, and I'll make sure that continues. It ain't silent because people are talking about it. So I'll do that. You all do what you need to do, and I wish you luck. Oh yeah, welcome back, Nora and Oliver. I'm glad to see you're in one piece. Should I let Penelope go see her sister?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
All right. How about I'll escort her there real quick before I go tell the town to hold their horses. You're looking into it. You think they'd be used to this shit by now? As he like walks away and starts walking down the stairs. Penelope, let's go, and she wanders after him. So what does the guards want to do here?
Can you take a look at this? I think it's frostbite.
Oh, you still hurt? You do
You
heal
fuck
some when
yes.
when you sleep at night. What do you heal?
You get your level times your Constitution modifier back. So I got 6 points back, but I'm still down 14.
Oh,
Okay.
dude, I would have healed you up before I went to bed last night.
Perfect.
Oh, okay.
I would have.
Cool.
I would have been like, okay, hold on, before we all,
Is anybody else injured? I don't think anybody else is injured, right? Because
I actually am from the manor.
Right, the manor. I thought you might have been injured from the manor coming out.
I'm still injured from the
Christ.
manor, so I've been running around this entire time.
Rough fucking 12-hour span.
Fucking
Yeah.
hell.
I actually think Oliver's at like 4 hit points.
Isn't it odd that this is how a normal adventuring party would fucking handle everything the entire time? Go, 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 go. No downtime? How? Just saying. Oliver, you're injured too?
Yeah, I think Oliver's at like 4 hit points after the rest, because I think he was at like 1 hit point after coming back up from being unconscious and possessed. And then
I patched you up afterwards.
it wasn't annotated on my character sheet.
I thought I patched you up. Like if you don't have it,
I don't
I'll
have
like
it.
roll it because I knew you got your shit kicked in, and so I would have patched you up after I knew it was you.
I have you healed 16 hit points last time we played.
So I'm at 20 then. I'm at half.
Okay, so
Because you did it and then exited, and then we're waiting for time to patch people up now.
right. So made the check for Voss. So that's 8, 10. Voss, before you went to bed, I healed you up for 12.
Copy that.
Because Nora's very tired and is not trying to push beyond her limits. So I'm just doing the DC 15 for everybody right now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Righto.
Yeah. These people need 2 weeks off. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Oliver, I made it right on the 15, so let me roll yours. Nice.
If you healed me for 12, that would have... So I'm at 32 out of 34. I'm okay.
Okay, Oliver, I just healed you for 16.
Nice.
And then Physician will try and heal herself.
All right. Now, while all of this is taking place and healing each other up, is the group going to go down and actually look at it? Like, at the mound? You can take one of the skiffs out and take a look at it, or walk out. It doesn't matter. You can walk if you want, because the skiff won't fit everybody. How many people do we say fit? 8 fit on the skiff. So, no, you could technically take the skiff. Everston takes up 2 slots, so you could take the skiff.
Okay.
Are you taking Terry? Are you going to pick him up, or no? Let him do the town. He's not really a combatant.
Yeah, no, let him do the town. We'll take Jin with us, though.
I was going to say, you bring in Jin.
Can we
and then...
take one of...
What's that?
Can we take one of the priests of fire as well?
There's no priest of fire.
Oh.
There's the embers. Embers are just basically they're the beginning priests, like in the echelon of climbing.
Got it.
Embers are the beginning priests. Tilda and them if you check into that, or when Terry comes back as you guys are discussing what's going on, he says they're patching themselves up and fixing the temple right now. It ain't good. It's not horrible, but it ain't good. Like, Tilda broke her leg. I mean, who hasn't done that? And then Penelope's sister's okay, but in and out of a pretty cold sweat. It's taking 2 of the Ember priests to deal with her. One of them was removing a round skull symbol. I guess some of the bricks fell, and they're removing that out. And I guess one of them is consecrating that right now.
For fuck's sake.
They didn't know what Keeper Temple it was. They searched the entire place, so they said it's not uncommon for cultists to hide holy symbols to their god and to keep the place semi-desecrated. They think this is the last piece. Out of character, they rolled to try to do it, and they failed finding everything. I don't know anything else. I'm going to maintain the town. I will administer and make sure everyone's calm. At the base of the tower, I will tell you that Alma and... was it Alma? No, Edna and Mac are waiting downstairs for you. They said that they scouted around the hill, and they've dug up some areas around it with a till. And some of these branches from the tree, the roots, are black. I told them not to do anything else, so they're here.
Did they bring samples with them?
No, they did not. They were afraid to damage it or cut it up. Once they saw that there were black in the area, they started just digging it up. That's all I have for you.
I guess I'll talk to them real quick to try and...
Is everybody heading down?
Oliver's going to prepare a skiff.
Okay, you get a skiff and bring it down to them. It won't take long, 10 minutes. Is everybody else heading down with Nora?
Yeah, I'll head down. Is it Tilda or Tilla? Did I have that written down wrong? I thought it was Tilla.
Tilda.
T-I-L-L. It is a D. Okay.
Tilda.
My bad. I had that written down wrong.
So we also have Penelope, and I guess her sister can be the other name now because you guys haven't met her before.
I was going to say.
Petunia and Penelope. So as you guys make your way downstairs, Mac and are down there. They are just kind of resting. One of them's eating an apple, which is super expensive. Where the fuck Edna got that, you don't know. And Mac is sharpening a knife on the bottom of a coffee cup.
Edna, Mac, I feel like I just saw you a couple of days ago, but I know that is actually not the case.
Mac goes, it's not been a couple of days, darling. 25, actually, and it's very late out right now, but...
26 now.
No, it's not midnight yet.
It's not midnight yet. It's 11 o'clock.
Fuck, that's right. It's still the same day.
It's 11 o'clock.
God damn it.
Still the same fucking day. He's like, we came here to walk you out. We dug up some roots. We were testing soil to see the next place we should plant and where we should look at moving some beacons of light. And that hill, we brought some light with us over there to check the surrounding area. And when we did, grass actually bends to get out of the way of light. Like the blades fight each other around the hill. The guards told us we couldn't go too near. We didn't, right, Edna? Edna's like, she doesn't talk a lot. She shakes her head.
Right.
So we didn't go near it. But we did dig, quarter acre out. And the roots go out far enough on that big tree, and they are black. Black as a keeper's soul.
A quarter acre, you say?
Roughly. We did a pretty good perimeter around it in the last 8 hours, just kind of checking stuff. And Nora, I ain't seen anything like it as someone who does what he does. I mean, druids are about the only thing I would know that would know more about this. That's about it. Could walk you out if you want to see it. We'd be happy to go with you, but I ain't going near that hill. Edna looks up and goes, nobody, Mac, is supposed to go near the hill. That's the rule. Nobody? Yeah. Nobody's going near that hill.
Well, I'm certainly glad that you two are being safe and not going near that hill. Knowing that
Sometimes
they probably
you gotta
actually
wear a
won't do
mask.
that. Yeah. And I'm sorry, what? We have to wear masks?
No.
No, I was gonna be like, okay, let's do it. Yes, if you wouldn't mind. I'm actually, on the one hand, I'm concerned that you went out. On the other hand, I'm glad it was you two because you used to be here. You used to live here.
Right, and Edna says, listen, between a hunter and Alma being a tracker, and I deal specifically in herbalism, it was fine, Nora. We didn't go near. I know the rules. I've seen you yell at enough people already to know the rules. So we didn't disturb anything. We dug it up. We left it. But I got smarter than that, and I put in flags near those areas. They're laying flat, though, so people can't see them from a distance.
Excellent. Yes, please walk us out. I don't know if I broke up or not, but I said that if anybody had to go out there, I was glad it was them because they lived here previously. So as we're walking, are
you going to start a new case is my question.
I will drop the manor investigation for right now and abandon that
for
the investigation of the arch and the coffin and the corruption of the foliage.
Okay. So they would walk you around, show you all the pieces, and we're going to get near the end of the night tonight. But I wanted to get us to one scene to set us up for the second half of the season. Sure enough, the roots are all black. They did nick a couple because they tilled the first one, and she shows you those. She's like, we did nick these. And Mac's like, it wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. It was Alma. She was running that till too hard and told her not to dig that deep because she's going to hit roots. It's like, but we did nick a couple, and they're bleeding.
Bleeding.
And sure enough, there's it looks like a person bleeding, but it's out of the root of a tree. Pretty thick roots. I mean, this is a ginormous elm tree.
I'm actually
Seems
going to
subsided, but it's still there.
All right. Branches are bleeding. I'm actually going to take samples.
Okay, sure, yeah, absolutely. You can take samples.
With my kit to
Forensics
take some
kit, yeah.
blood samples.
If you take it, you can tell that it's already dried on some of it. It looks just like when someone gets a cut, you've done medicine long enough, but it's dried on the bark. You chip a few pieces off. The tree doesn't do anything. There's nothing weird that happens. It's just, instead of sap, it is bleeding.
Okay.
Okay? So as you get all that stuff gathered and you make your trip around, you have that part. Are you going to go near the mound? Because about that, they'll stay at that quarter acre out, but they are not going to go near the mound. They said it don't smell right. And once in a while you get a breeze and you do smell that decay. I say, but right there, a quarter acre out, you can see it. It's two perfect arches that come down off of a split branch. Not like branches grew, but a big branch split in half and grew into the ground. And it's on the back half. If this is the coffin, it would be on the opposite side over here. It could have bent away from the coffin. If you're interested, the guards, there's still one guard here from the Earth Guard. He's stationed there telling everyone not to go. I mean, you can see he even has a chair. We brought him one out. He ain't left. Chair. There's probably a chair, a tent, and a campfire. They've rotated, but there's always been someone there for 25 days. What's the group want to do? Do you want to investigate the hill?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my vote.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So as you guys move towards the hill, the smell gets stronger and stronger. It's not enough to overpower you, but once in a while you get a breeze where you're like, that's really bad. And it does smell like decay. It smells like a decaying, not a body, but decaying vegetables, like compost. As you're making your way through, once in a while you feel like you hear a whisper and it fades. And sure enough, that doorway, however close you want to get to it, there are branches that come down split. It is pitch black. On the other side, you can see pitch black, but you can't see in. There's no candlelight. It's just the one way going in. And it looks like lights go down a natural earthen stairwell. The door is large. It's big enough for that coffin to fit through. Coffin is still there, though. It has not left. Nothing like that. It hasn't sunk into the ground. The water is around it. When you get near, the Earth Guard perks up and kind of gives the salute. And he goes, hello, everybody. Myself and one other Earth Guard, we have been rotating here. Nobody has been in. It has been a long 25 days. I have taken detailed notes. And basically, it's day one. Tree looks like this. At night, it looks like this. And he gives you a list of notes that will give you a +2 to any investigation has to do with this tree and what is going on.
Okay.
He says, I have to ask, with you all being here, can I take a break? I'll go get the other guard to come out.
This guy looks exhausted.
Yeah, he looks pretty fucking tired.
Okay.
Yeah, off you go.
Thank you so much. I can't even tell you how happy I am that we did that. There is something new. There's no notes, but A woman, I can hear her voice at night when I sleep. It goes away as soon as I wake up. I feel like it's a dream, but I was told Nora will ask you every question. Tell her whatever you can if it seems normal or not. Terry said.
Exactly. Good man.
Terry rolled an 18 when he told everybody how to handle this situation. Thank you. Anything in the tent, feel free to look through. There's no personal belongings here, just my notes. There's some fresh water in there, and there is some rations as well for maybe a day for all of you. I will leave it here. I will tell the other person to bring stuff. Good luck, Investigator Tenwick. And he wanders off. So Jin appears next to you. You don't have to call him. He can just kind of come and go unless you tell him not to. Mm-hmm. And he goes, are we really going in there?
I mean, not right now. We might have to, but right now is a preliminary investigation to see, for example, if we need to, if it's okay to blow it up with cannon shells, things of that nature. But I'm concerned about this blood, these bleeding roots.
Yeah, as a general rule, bleeding trees, not great mojo, you know.
I agree. Do you all hear, and maybe it's just me, but there are whispers coming from inside there, voices of the dead. I can hear them clear as day. Not when I materialize, but in this ethereal, semi-corporeal, I can hear them. They are saying, they aren't beckoning to Asarak or anything. There is a low cry, the sound of a woman's voice. She doesn't making a lot of sense, but she is specifically calling for each of you. My name is not mentioned.
Great. That's lovely.
It doesn't seem magical. Again, I'm not trained in that as much, but she seems tormented. Her will, her voice is strained.
Right.
Then perhaps we shouldn't blow this up.
Eric's face.
Like when Nora says that. She'd be okay with blowing it up. And now she can't.
Just dynamite the hill from the inside. The fuck it light is on. Click.
Nuke it from orbit. Only way to be sure.
Nuke it from orbit.
So I think everybody, without rolling or anything, you can see there's just like a little disappointment where she's like, damn it. Out of all the times where I'd be 100% on board with blowing this up.
Yeah.
And I can't.
Yeah. So does the group go? Is the group wanting to go in then, or is the group wanting to stay out and do more research as we begin to wrap up our night tonight? What is the group wanting to do?
I'm voting for staying up, doing more research. Nora would actually, between what's happened at the manor and what happened in the engine room, she would like someone to watch over her body while she like slept, to see if she could hear more of what Jin was hearing and talking about.
We can handle that right now. You're taking 3 actions to do that?
Yeah.
So you do hear a voice. The woman sounds similar to this. It's very distant and very quiet. And she says, I call to the 5, Voss, Calcor, Nora, Tenwick, the abandoned from turmoil, Oliver Hastings of the Hastings family. I call for Everston. I believe he to be the key to my release. Calcor, if you can hear me, please do your best when entering through the portal. If you are not weary upon entry, you will be. Be ready. The 5. Have sustenance. Be ready for the Gorgon. Please do your best to release me from this torment. And there's a sound of, I think Nora would be the only person that would remember have heard this. There is the sound of waves crashing against the shore. There hasn't been that sound in 50-something years. Probably not since Turmoil went under and was swallowed by what was the ocean and is now this shadowy abyss. And as you're getting ready to kind of rematerialize, if you try speaking, there's no give and take. It's just this person almost sending a message. As you're going back to your body, there is a image that you see over your body of a woman in a white mask, bright, like seafoam green eyes, like an abandoned where it's around the edges, and black wisp-like tentacles kind of not grasping at Nora's body, but like wrapping around it, almost motherly. And the last word she whispers is, "The cult knows you're here. Be careful, my 5." And that vision disappears. Nora, when you come back and are stuck to your body and reinvigorate it, the words are there, but they start to fade as you can hear the remnants of that chanting again that you heard inside of the hole, that worship to Asarak and the call from the cult of the Gorgon. It is definitely coming from inside that archway through the portal. So with that, I'm going to cut us for the evening. We didn't get to the part that I was going to run, so we'll do that next time when we play, which is the inside of this place. I thought for sure you guys were going to dive in to like, fuck it, we're going to the coffin, let's get this shit done. And I was hoping I was going to blow the whisper up. That's actually why I said I didn't want to draw the whisper, because I was afraid it was going to go up in a ball of flame.
We did our best to make sure it didn't blow up.
Yep.
It was good. It was good.
Who's the 5th?
Killer.
I was going to ask that.
You don't know.
Fucking shit.
She only mentioned 4 names. She said the 5.
It's Terry.
Sunburst.
It's Terry.
What? I just got here. How dare?
And she did say she knew they know you're here. She obviously could sense the people near the portal, but she called out the names of the people who were here. So we will cut there for the evening. Thank you everybody for coming tonight. This is our halfway point. Technically, our next side quest is the halfway point into the season. But this is our halfway point into the season.
Sunburst
I'm
is
sorry,
pissed.
Sunburst, that you came in on the crazy that is this session. I would definitely say watch the replay on Twitch tonight if you can.
I want a divorce.
I want a divorce.
Okay, you know what?
Rest
You
in
know
peace,
what?
hopes and memes.
I'm going to be honest, Sunburst. This was probably the least craziest part.
Yeah, what you walked into.
This is definitely the setup for the second half of the season, everybody. And I gotta say, it's been awesome. Thank you for everyone who's been purchasing cards. Our Merrifield stream has been fucking awesome on Fridays. It's so much fun. We have 2 hounds now. It looks like we are really close. No, we're not. We're at 54-28 for the advanced Soul Hound so far out of the 16. That makes a new version. As we're closing down here for the night, anyone who has any cards that they would like to play, feel free to play them. All of those Ever-ready arsenals that got played tonight, don't worry. I will have them ready for what we're getting ready to go do, because that is going to be combat galore. Everston's going to definitely have enough things to smash that the Hulk would be jealous. So that's kind of where
good.
that
I'm
is. Yeah, I figured you were like, oh, combat. I thought you would get there today. I really did. I was waiting for it. I thought maybe you guys would do it, but you guys
People
handled a lot of stuff.
People are going to see the social media stuff and be like, that didn't happen yet. Oh, it will.
Oh, it will. I'm glad we didn't, because that gives us a chance to check our shipments.
Yep. Yeah, all your stuff you get for your 2 week of downtime, all the squalls that are played by Merrifield. You guys have supported so much stuff that they're buying right now. They're going into a shit show. And I'm assuming the group is going to study this for 2 weeks during their downtime. Does that sound right, crew?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so.
And then the other thing I would ask is during our downtime and everything we're doing, I have an idea for some side quests. I'll talk to you guys individually, but don't forget to support. Go through Norse Foundry, pick up anything through them at 15% off of the code. Cry or Die. We're doing that all the way through the end of this month, so it'll be on all the streams we do this Friday. I'll have it on the side quest more than likely on Tuesday. It'll also be on the follow-up Merrifield the next week. And then our merch store. There were 2 things that were supposed to drop tonight. I apologize. There's something wrong with the merch store. I already contacted them, but so everyone knows, because Everston put all this work in, I am putting out the first Everston sticker. Since we're going to be delayed, I'll probably put up 2 stickers the following week. The large mouse pad and the small mouse pad were supposed to be live tonight. But Stream Elements fucked me, and it's not working. So we're working on it. We'll get it fixed. It'll be out shortly. I don't know, man. This was a good session. I'm super happy that we got this much done. I didn't know what to expect from everybody.
That was a blast.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anybody else have any shout outs before we call it for the night? What about you, Drew? You got your stuff going down?
Again, if you're just joining us, if you have a beard or know someone and you love them, beardstruggle.com. If you use strength 24, it'll give you 15% off of your order, and they're having their Black Friday sale stuff right now. So, there's a whole bunch of goodies that are in there. I skipped dinner to get here. Sunburst, we're sorry.
I just got the one bail card.
The replay will be there for you. You can watch it. I'm sure. I don't even know if Trickster got to watch it all because he had to work, so he might watch it with you. Who knows?
That's true. I want a beard. I want you to have a beard. Did you, if Sunburst, if you didn't watch the side quest leading up to this, you probably should, because it's just been one straight fucking through line the whole time.
All of this has happened within those 25 days of them being gone. When they came out the next morning, everything went to hell.
Yep.
Fucking Nora and Oliver, it's still the same day they came out of the mansion.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
What a shit show.
It fucking is. It's a fucking shit show. I'm so excited that it is a shit show. I mean, that's awesome. Oh, I do have something. I am running a contest. We're going to have the group here vote on it because this group hasn't been able to come up with a crew name for the crew off of the Whisper. We need a name for the group. So we will vote on it because the only 2 that I've gotten from our party are bad. Well, I take that back. One of them is really good. One of them is real bad. The first one is the Keepers, which doesn't work because that is the name of all the cult gods. The Reliquarium isn't bad, but that's not really the name of a crew. That's a good name for a show. And Tenwick's Angels, which I'm not fucking using.
Man.
Blue Demons? Man. No.
Blue Demons.
No. Blue Demons won't work.
No.
No, Blue Demons won't work. You know, we thought about that, and then I said no. So anyone who can come up with a good actual name, let me know, and I got a surprise for you. And I'll vote on it. I'll give it some time. I'm not going to need it right now, but start putting it in. You can ping them to me, or maybe I'll start a poll in one of our channels here, but start getting your ideas together. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right, everybody. I almost called them the Merry Five, but that's too close. I was like, oh no, the Mighty Nine. No, I'm not doing that. And I was going to do the Merry Five because of this episode, because the mention of the 5. And everyone's like, who the fuck is the 5th person?
Yeah, who the fuck is the 5th person? It's a 4-person group.
Is it?
Damn it.
It's a Blue Demon.
It's not Blue Demon.
He's with us in spirit.
Sure, yeah, okay, he's in spirit. But that's it from us every night, and I'm gonna do the thing I always do here. Hey, Oliver, you want to sign us out?
And remember, the tides will come for you.
That's it, everybody. Thank you for joining us tonight, and I'll see you all on Friday. Bye.
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 Bye.